Dobré dopoledne, dámy a pánové, kolegové, jestli vás mohu...
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues. I would like to ask you to take your seats and we shall start today's conference. I would like to welcome you here at the final conference within the VEC project and here in Botanica Resort Horní Bezděkov. And at the same time, I would like to greet our colleagues that will watch us on the stream. I also would like to welcome our foreign guests from Germany, Croatia, Slovakia and Poland. My name is Lenka Štiková and I will just be your host today together with Mr. Lindner Pronto that will guide you through the second session introducing foreign guests. Our final conference is built on two previous seminars organized in June last year and this year in January. Both three events are organized under the project Early Wildfire Detection Systems in the Czech Republic, which is co-funded by the European Commission within the Track 1 program. That's about the beginning and mandatory publicity. I would like to hand the floor to the General Manager Petr Oslejšek, the Deputy Director of the Fire and Rescue System of the Czech Republic. Dear colleagues,
that we have also the colleagues from the Germany, Croatia and the Poland. Jsem rád, že tady můžeme přivítat
I'm glad we are able to welcome our colleagues from abroad because about 8 to 9 years ago, before we actually started to focus on the wildfire, increasing number of fires and so on, we thought everything can be handled, but in 2022, we found out we cannot handle everything, and we just needed to invent new ways how to extinguish wildfires. Since then, we have progressed a lot, especially by attending our foreign missions, where we encounter big, huge wildfires, and we were thinking differently how to fight with wildfire or how to agree with it. We'll come to peace. It's not about the means probably, but it's about the correct timing. And thanks to our colleagues that introduced a methodology, tactics, and modified it a little bit, I think we really progressed a lot. On the 1st May this year in the National Park of Bohemian, Switzerland, we have encountered a huge wildfire, and I think it proved that we have improved. In fact, it was almost identical environment place where the wildfire broke as in 2022. Nevertheless, the way how we combated it showed that we have progressed a lot. The cooperation between individual bodies also works well. It's not about the fire brigades, but it's primarily about the cooperation with people that understand the forest, both from the forestry point of view or the natural protection, preservation point of view. And I think that it also demonstrated our ability to communicate better together. And in fact, instead of blaming each other, now we are looking for ways how to resolve it better together. And that's the great success of this project. Where we need to improve is the early detection system. It's about the way how to agree, in quotation marks, with a wildfire, or we failed to do so, and then it broke to enormous size. The VETS system showed we just thought everything is invented and we simply will buy it, but thanks to this project we just identified so that it is not that easy, and we have understood that also in the other countries it is not that crystal clear, and thanks to our cooperation we found the way how to identify the ways and found the overlapping areas how to implement it in our country, resulting in the pilot strategy, the way how to build the system in the Czech Republic, and that's the major progress. The other thing is that we wanted to use the opportunity experience from the other countries where they already built a system of detection, but still somebody has to watch it, and the human resources play a really huge role, creating cost which may finally be larger than purchasing the equipment technology. So that's why we have used the opportunities of experience of Lenka, Roman, Francl, and we have agreed that we will launch VETS 2, continuation of the project we have submitted, and this VETS 2 project should aim at identification of common interfaces and making the wildfire detection system as autonomous as possible. That's the way we know from the electronic fire signalization, and handing over the information to the center. So thank you very much. This is the final stage of our project. So I would like to thank everybody for just creating the project, for managing it, Roman, Francl, Lenka Štíková and others. And I really would like to thank everybody for contributing by their opinions, by their arguments, opinion, how to progress, because in fact we can improve only through discussion. I have planned to be with you whole day, but my plans had changed a little bit, so I have to leave in a minute, but I believe that all the presentations that we'll hear here will improve our experience and the way how to manage it for the future. So thank you very much again, and even though I would like to say that this year's season of a wildfire is over, but I cannot do that. We all know it's ahead of us, and I think that we all know that we will just fly abroad with our aerial model, and the ground model will also travel abroad. And unfortunately, we all know that this year, or in this summer season of wildfires, well, we'll have to combat with some other fires, but I believe that we will manage it together. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, the Deputy Director, for the opening speech. Before I hand over the floor to the first panelist of the first session, I would like to share with you a couple of organization issues. The language of this conference is Czech language, but we got foreign guests, so it is interpreted also to English, and you have all received the interpreting headsets. It is easy to use it, so you can use the English interpretation or Czech interpretation. Today's agenda is split into 3 sessions, 1 morning session and 2 afternoon sessions. I assume that we can finish before 5 p.m. And I have to get back to the morning session before lunch here outdoor in front of the building, the golf course. We will just make a group photo, so I will then announce it before we break for lunch. The lunch is served here, but then before lunch I would like to ask you to go outside, and we will make a group photo. Speaking about the first block of our conference, we will hear the General Directorate colleagues' papers, and also academic segment paper. I just wanted to tell you that before the next paper, we will just open short Q&A session. Nevertheless, for the end of the every session, we have just planned for like longer discussion. So I would like to ask you maybe to write down your comments or questions, and we will get back to it at the end of the session. So now I would like to invite first panelist Pavel Špulák, who is the expert on the geospatial models, and he will tell us about the wildfires in open nature.
Krásný dobrý den, dámy.
Have a good morning, ladies and gentlemen, dear guests. For me, it's a pleasure to open the expert session of this conference, and what should serve as a kind of feedback for our decision makings are statistical data. The purpose of statistical analysis we have made was to provide historical overview about the wildfires and natural environment in the Czech Republic, and to understand and identify templates in the fires behavior. We have used the enormous rich data about extraordinary fires within the Czech Republic, and we collected data for a long period of time, 1987 to 2026. 1997 to 2026, collected by the Fire and Rescue Service of the Czech Republic and its predecessors. We, in fact, examined the entire statistical data, which is exceptional. So we don't focus only on the selected piece of data, which is quite unique in these statistics. And in fact, number of things are made simpler for us, so we don't have to think about the sample, how representative it is, and so on. Out of the entire data set, we have selected the subset of fires that could be identified as fires in the natural environment. We collected about 140,000 data records, and I need to thank to our colleagues from the Department of Operation Management, Support and Statistics, especially Pavel Lukáš, for providing us up-to-date data, and he was also able to track the historical data. Looking to the types of the object we have used for our analysis according to the registries, we can split it to three categories. First are in fact the unharvested fields, like spray and so on. Then something that we can just identify as the forest, and then orchards, meadows, and the railways surrounding. As we can see, out of the number of forests and the area, it is unevenly represented, and you also see different rankings in individual categories.
Statistika.
So here we can see that the statistics and the processing is not going to be easy. When we look at the annual summary of data, we can see that the data demonstrates quite a chaotic behavior. But at the first glance, we're able to identify that quite frequently we can see that there are years of drought and the maximums of fires. And on the contrary, summers that are wet collide with the minimum numbers of fires. Also, when we look at the maximum number of wildfires in the given year. The first thing that comes to our mind is that we can compare correlation of a number of fires with the area of fires. And when we compare it, there is quite a strong correlation. Correlation, of course, doesn't mean dependence. That's an elementary statistical rule. With respect to the number of fires, we always need to be quite careful. As the deputy mentioned in his opening speech, if we were to compare a fire in České, Švýcarsko in 2022 that turned out to be quite a big impacted area, the fire that happened this year probably had a potential to grow into the same size of impact, but thanks to a massive deployment of equipment, it has not grown into such size, such dimension. So it's always about the tactics, about combating. So what comes into play is also other factors, and to be able to interpret it in an easy, direct way. When we take a look at monthly summaries, this gives us a more interesting statistical data. At the first glance, we can see that there is a certain periodicity in the data. The same also applies to the overall surface area of fires. And if we are to say that the data might be periodical, then the next logical step is to attempt to divide the course of the time data into three parts. The first one being seasonality, then the non-seasonal element, trend, seasonality, trend, and the remainder is unexplained part. For us, it's interesting that the seasonality, which goes hand in hand with our monitoring, is that we can separate it into two sections. The first one is, which is about in the middle of a year, when there is a decline of forest fires. It's usually much higher at the beginning of a year. It goes hand in hand with our observations when we're assessing week by week the forest fires, and the statistics is quite widely distributed. When we want to confirm this observation, we can also take a look at the surface area of forest fires. It's a multiplicative model, which means a trend times seasonality gives us the final data, and of course times this remainder, which should be ideally 1, but in reality it's never that ideal. So we have a certain trend. There is no obvious position of this trend, and then we also have seasonality, which is quite obvious, but as we cannot see a trend, that makes our situation even more complicated and even more serious, because if we had a trend, then our situation would be quite predictable and clear, but because to a large extent the trend is absent, the bigger demands there are to combat, to fight the fires, to plan, to detect them. So it makes the situation even more serious and worse. I can do the same with respect to monthly surfaces of fires, and again I have an interesting correlation coefficient that indicates quite a strong link between these two variables. If I'm to analyze such data, then I can focus on non-spatial element that I just spoke about, and I can also start analyzing the spatial element, which can provide us with even more interesting data important for decision making. Here you can see Looking at the dots, you can see the individual places of forest fires, but we need to use some statistical methods. The first thing is area density of wildfires. In this case, it is the so-called kernel density that gives us more precise determination of certain areas that are interesting for us. And at the first sight, we can see that the wildfires tend to concentrate around cities, around big agglomerations, which might indicate something interesting for our fire prevention. We can confirm it using the hotspot analysis, which is another computing methodology, advanced computing methodology that shows that the hotspots are around, mostly around cities with dense population. If we are to think about planning of some sort of a stationary system, we need to ask ourselves whether the data behaves in a stationary way, which means, do we see any trends with respect to geospatial movement, whether the density of fires systemically moves from, let's say, north to south of the Czech Republic, because in such case we couldn't talk about a detection network, but we would need to approach it in a different way. But this is what we have the central tendency of data in individual years for. It's basically analogy to average calculation. It's average of fire locations, geospatial locations, and we need to see if coordinates, we need to see if there is some trend. But then we can start thinking about some sort of a stationary system of fire detection, which means that the density over the course of years has not shifted over the course of years throughout the Czech Republic. If I'm to sum it up, so the non-spatial analysis correlation is not dependent, but it may indicate it. A very strong positive correlation between the occurrence of fires and the area of fires can be confirmed. Even in a year with no significant wildfire occurrences, the occurrence of an extreme fire is possible, as happened in České in 2022. Years with anomalous droughts and flood occurrences largely coincide with the maximas and minimas of wildfire numbers and areas. A very strong periodicity of the data with a length of 1 year can be confirmed. Within this period, a significant decrease in the monitored parameters occurs approximately in the middle of the year, and we need to because we can see certain correlation with weather occurrence. There is a spatial correlation between significant settlements and increased density of wildfires, a significant anthropogenic factor. There is no systematic shift in central tendency across monitored similarly. The situation can therefore be considered from a spatial perspective for stationary, and it is possible to consider the construction of a fire detection network in the wild. Wildfires are a complex phenomenon that can be simply described using linear trends. They need to be viewed in the context of a series of mutually interconnected phenomena. There is a theory of Gaia of one self-regulatory organism. It is necessary to identify, describe, quantify, and understand the factors leading to their occurrence, which requires a continuous, comprehensive, multidisciplinary approach. So our work should not end here, but it should continue. maybe it would be worth considering that a part of firefighting in the wilderness should be also preventive educational activity. The random nature of the occurrence of extreme numbers and areas of wildfires over time places increased demands on their detection and control, so it is worth to be involved in this topic. I would like to thank you for your kind attention, and I would like to thank my colleague Lucie Nováková, who's going to help me answer some questions, and she also participated largely on the geospatial element of the data. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much, Pavel, for your contribution. And now I would like to ask, do you have any questions at this point, more of an informative question that Pavel might be able to answer right now? But a discussion is going to be at the very end of this session. I can't see any raised hands. So there are no questions at this point. And now I would like to give the floor to Roman Franzel, who is, as the deputy mentioned, he's the heart and the soul of the project WEDS, and his objective here is to tell us about the results and the cause of this project. So, Roman, the floor is yours.
So good morning. I'm glad that there are so many of us here. We have met most of you during the previous events, especially seminars we have organized within the project. And that's why, for those of you who participated the project, in fact, my paper will be about a repetition of the outputs of the project for those of you who attended it earlier. Nevertheless, those of you who have not participated in previous seminars or watch us online, both from the Czech Republic or abroad, it may be really appreciated summary of the project. So, in fact, speaking about the project as such, the deputy director had already explained it. What was the intention of the project? We wanted to strengthen the ability of the Czech Republic to detect wildfires as early as possible, especially in locations that will be, in fact, listed for the future. And the following step would be the ability to respond early to those signals collected in the early detection system. We have focused on the comprehensive analysis at the beginning and available systems, technologies, equipment that are available globally, both in the testing stage or in operation. And we have made the evaluation assessment system to be able to benchmark the systems and determine what system should be launched for individual parts of the Czech Republic. And with respect to the ability of the system to be able to respond to the emerging fires, and also respecting the user-friendliness, self-sufficiency, ability to in fact, interconnected with our operation management control system and so on. We have actually cooperated with a number of you, and we are gradually terminating, completing the project, because the project was launched 1st of January last year, and a major part of the project will end on 30th of June. Then we should create a number of outputs, reports that will be submitted for the project. As a number of you, we have split the project into 4 work packages, and the major part, core part of the project was the project management and coordination, and that's also the part under which today's conference is organized. Then, from the very beginning, we have made the analysis of available system solutions and technical means usable for early detection of fires. And then within this work package, we have used publicly available resources, information from producers, and we have also made a couple of study trips to the operators of the system, that systems that are operated already, especially to our colleagues from the forest of Slovak Republic. Then we traveled to Poland also, and in both countries they got camera system, 2 different camera systems, and we have also seen the German system within the second work package. We have then organized a seminar last June in Křtěny. We have also focused on publicity. Well, I have to admit that there is room for improvement. Nevertheless, we are working on it, and definitely in the upcoming weeks and months, it will be widely available. The other work package number 3 focused on the compilation of action plan, primarily the processing results that we had available. Then we wanted to make a plan of measures in order to be able to launch the combination of systems in the Czech Republic. We are still working on this action plan because we wanted to also implement other information resulting from pilot testing. It is still running. So after agreement with European Commission that is funding major part of the project, we have agreed that we will submit the action plan later on, in later stages. Then speaking about seminars, we have organized the seminar, expert seminar in Vlašim in January this year, and a major part of this seminar was focusing on discussion of potential measures of the action plan. Roman Barčák from the Czech Agriculture University will tell us more about it later on. And now, in fact, we are in the final stage now when we focus on the pilot study. We focused on testing of couple of system solutions, technologies that is operated within the fire and rescue service. And also we have focused on the foreign systems. We are tuning up the action plan and process the results of pilot testing. Speaking about the schedule of the project, we are in the last month of the project. We should now process several crucial documents about the pilot project, action plan, and final report that should be submitted by the end of summer to the European Commission for assessment. One of the major outputs that I think was really well done, and I'm really pleased of having it, was creation of methodological framework for the selection and evaluation of early detection systems in the Czech Republic. The colleagues from the Technical University of Ostrava Faculty of Safety Engineering will explain it to us later on, and in fact tell us something about the approach. Speaking about the methodological framework, we would like to set it in the way that the future operators of detection systems will be provided with a guideline selecting from the systems, and they will know how to select the best suitable systems for their location, corresponding to their needs, corresponding to a need to interconnect the system with other legacy in existing systems, with cooperation with the rescue emergency services and so on. So it should be a living system, and definitely we will publish it as one of the part of the action plan, and it will be also made available to potential foreign interested parties that could use it. Speaking about other work, we also develop catalog sheets providing easy overview of individual features of the systems, and in fact it will be easy to apply the methodology of assessing of individual technologies. The action plan, my colleague Dr. Berčák from the Czech University of Life Sciences will explain it later on, and it was a proposal how to implement the early detection systems in order to have everything feasible, operable, and financially sustainable to be used by the state administration, municipalities, and owners of the forest and other interested parties when implementing detection systems. Speaking about the structure, we have started creating a structure of the action plan, and we are updating it gradually. I think we are on the good track, so we'll be able to develop by the end of the project some decent version of the action plan by the end of the project. This action plan will include key finding analysis, key outputs that were made within the second work package of the project, then general visions of the early detection system, and the scaling rating according to priorities of the areas will be stated there together with the support and also institutional and legislation framework that we have discussed during the Vlašim seminar in January this year. Currently, we are still in the pilot stage of the project. We have done several activities for the pilot stage. I would like to highlight two of them. First of all, it was testing the mobile system of the fire and rescue service. It will be also discussed within this session. On the 30th of April, we have used the Baron 30th of April, which is virus, together with the General Directorate of the Fire and Rescue Service. We have coordinated the activities. We have compared different data, and we have also cooperated with certain municipalities in the given location in order to know what is happening on site. Then we just wanted to monitor detection with the artificial orbital stations. We have used the Orarotech application, and we were able to access their application, and altogether 5 weeks, 2 weeks last year and 3 weeks of this year, we have actually compared data and on the detection of systems of the group of satellites that were implemented in the application with statistical monitoring and events that were just going on. And we were able to set the notifications, alerts through email, WhatsApp, and be able to be interconnected online to be able to compare, benchmark currently our data with the operational management systems, with the data provided in the Aurora Tech application. That's it, and I just wanted to everything I wanted to share with you about the overview of the project and basic outputs. Thank you very much for your attention.
Já děkuji.
Roman, thank you very much for your contribution, and I'm going to ask once again, are there any questions directly related to what we have just heard? If not, then we're going to move further. As I already mentioned, our colleagues from the General Directorate of the Fire and Rescue Service. And then we are going to give the floor and space to our colleagues from the academic sphere. And as Roman already mentioned, colleagues from the Technical University of Ostrava, the Faculty of Safety Engineering. I hope I said it all well. And now I would like to give the floor to Dr. Vít Klečka to tell us something about the methodology for the assessment of wildfire early detection systems. So, good morning. Thank you for introducing me. I'm Vít Klečka from the Faculty of Safety Engineering, and I'm going to present to you assessment methodology for the assessment of wildfire early detection system. So this is a motivation and the issue of assessing these systems. The problem is a fast technological development, so the principles that are up to date today are obsolete the day after. That's why this technological advancement is also an issue for us, how to react to it in the academic sphere, meaning that we need to keep looking for new solutions and methods. As regards these systems, currently we're leaving the individual technologies, and there are more tier systems in use that combine subsystems such as satellite data, pilot-free equipment, etc. And then there is an issue of how to assess this system. We cannot keep assessing it as the individual technologies, but we need to keep assessing it as the overall general system. And of course, we need to be objective. Our methodology is based on the principle of semi-quantitative, using more criterions, and it combines expert assessment together with point scale. It is important to create some sort of a transparent framework that's able to assess these systems, assess the systems according to users' needs. Benefits, of course, it is systemic. We are able to eliminate certain subjective insecurity, subjective assessment, and it is reproductive, so we are able to reproduce it. What is the methodology based on? The methodology is has not been drawn up from one day to another. It's a follow-up to system analysis. And as Mr. Franzel, my pre-speaker, just mentioned, so it is built on an analysis of location that represents the overall process. The assessment contains synthesis of these aspects, and it defines the locality characteristics and definition of detection priorities and definition of criteria. This step can transfer the characteristics into a particular area, and it represents preconditions for multi-criterion assessment to be able to analyze location. That's what I just spoke about. And the next step is the system evaluation. We can separate it into 4 groups. We assess the individual components. We are able to assess the quality of sensors, cameras, communication elements of the system, and mutual cooperation of subsystems, which means how effectively, how efficiently the system communicates, the delay of information, loss of information, how robust the system is, etc. Then we also have what's modern is the AI, assessment of AI impact and data fusion on reliability of detection. And of course, the last one is how user-friendly and user-efficient it is for the final user, where we assess functionality and efficiency of the system from the perspective of the final user. the principle of assessment. The essence of the methodology is the assessment criteria. We transfer the qualitative features to quantitative features. So these are some characteristics of the system that we can verbally transfer to point system between 0 to 3. Then we have criterion weights. Each criterion has a natural weight, which determines how important it is, the relative importance in the overall assessment. At the end, there is a calculation of the final score. The final score is a sum, which gives us overall assessment of the system, and with this we can, using this, we can compare the individual systems. Then, as I already mentioned, we have the weight system that's we determine by importance, and the criterion with the weight of the third level. So we check the preciseness of detection, etc. Then we have medium criteria, which weight is the number 2. Not as important, but we still need to take them into consideration. These are costs, how much it's going to cost the infrastructure, possibility for integration, including AI use and prediction. Then we have complementary criteria that are not that important, but they still are reflected in the overall assessment. So the weight is the number 1. This is an example of assessment. We assess the speed, the reaction speed, where the fire detection system assesses it within 15 minutes. That's the highest value of 3. Then we have the detection preciseness assessment. The preciseness is assessed on the basis of localization error, where the smaller error means a higher number of points than also false alarms, false negatives. Here we can see an example of point criteria, 0 to 3. So with the reaction speed, it's up to 15 minutes, up to 30 minutes, and up to 60 minutes. That's 1 point, and over 60 minutes, it's 0. Maintenance free. So when we're carrying out maintenance once every 2 years, which is quite less frequently, then 2 points is once per year, 1 point is once every 6 months. On the next slide, we can see an example of calculation. We can see the criterion, the source, the value, where we get the value from, point assessment and weight assessment, and the last is the weight score and a commentary for the assessment. We also have a data sheet to process this calculation. And at the end, we have a case study system where we used example of Dryad Sylvanet. We can see the overall point assessment. We have 13 criteria. We have also weight score when we look at preciseness. If we don't have the exact figure, we can use a conservative estimate or depending on the methodology. Here we have visualization of assessment results. The first one is a table. The second one is where we can see it very well in front of us, the strengths. On the left, we have a radar graph. This graph does not contain weight multiplication, so it's just assessment of criteria. But on the right, we have the weight score. This system was with respect to a reference. There were many points, meaning how many states have already implemented this system. And that's all from me. Thank you very much for your attention.
So thank you very much for this paper. And again, I would like to ask whether there are any questions related to this paper that we should answer right now. If not, then I will continue with my thanking to Dr. Klačka, and I will invite the representative of academic segment. I would like to invite Roman Berčák from the Czech University of Life Sciences in Prague, Suchdol, from the Faculty of Forestry and Wood Sciences. And I would like to ask Mr. Berčák to tell us something about the action plan that was already briefly introduced by Roman, and Roman number 2 will continue with that. Hello, good morning. My task is not to talk about the action plan only. I will not talk too much about it. My first task is to explain the status and development of the hazards in the Czech Republic. We have already met. I see a lot of faces I know, so I will just end some practical information. I'll try to enrich the presentation by some new ideas. So let's have a look. What we understand definitely is the predisposition, speaking about the hazards of wildfires in the Czech Republic. It is, in fact, favoring the wildfires. We suffer longer dry periods, heat waves, decrease of snow cover. I even do not remember when we had the lot of snow covers in the Czech Republic. I'm coming from the area of Hana, so I don't remember when we last had snow. Speaking about the precipitation, well, it is just about fast rains, and water is drawn away from the landscape, which is in fact contributing to higher dryness. And once the environment is dry, then it's more prone to wildfires. Then the fire burden is associated with the extreme weathers. It is related to abiotic or biotic harmful factors, drought, wind, and so on. During the strong winds, the forest is damaged by strong winds, and of course those factors are in fact representing primarily harmful factors accompanied by the secondary harmful agents, for instance, the fungal pathogens or beetles, insects, and so on. Of course, all that influence the increasing fire hazard. Then speaking about the forest management, that influences strongly the hazard of fires, and in fact we have to respond to the current status. We have to realize what we have in the current forest environment and work with it. Recently, we just speak about dead wood left in the forest. What should actually be in the interest of all forest managers, forest administration, is to look for the optimal quantity of the dead wood. Because if you have too much dead wood, then the risk fire is higher. And if you have just little of the dead wood, then you take away a lot of beneficial material from the wood. So it's best to look for optimal balance. Of course, it is about the economically grown forest. Of course, once we talk about the natural forests, natural protected area and so on, it's a different story. But of course, we should always aim at protecting the forest, the human dwellings and so on. Of course, we should also consider the telecommunication towers and electrical wiring, poles and so on. And in fact, this is all important for all areas. What we, however, should realize, and I think we do not consider it quite often, because I experienced during the discussion that the potential of the fire brigades fire and rescue service always calculates the highest hazard calculations, and of course thinking about indirect spreading of fires up to hundreds of meters. So then if we try to suppress this idea, and we may say that this will never happen in our conditions, then I think this is not a good approach. We should always count with the dynamics of the fire spreading, and we should get ready for the worst scenario, because it may happen one day. Speaking about the wild land-urban interface, I have already mentioned that. That's something what actually we should always protect. The mission of the fire and rescue service is to protect the human dwellings, and of course we should focus mostly on the built-on areas. Of course, it may be different. The owner of the forest, of course, have different interests. They would like to protect the forest, but from the global point of view, we should protect humans and human property. So, for instance, we should focus also on chipping, because once chipping the wood, the humidity content is higher, and thus the hazard is lower. And of course, it depends on the approach of what you want to do with the dead wood. What is, however, important, we should definitely consider what fires when we manage the forest. We speak about the insects, about the water stations and so on. And once we incorporate potential of the wildfires in the forest management program, we will be better off than speaking about the current status. The number is growing, even though it was not that seen during the presentation of Mr. Spolák. I have to say that there are years with quite huge frequency of fires. But we have to say that in fact, there is an increasing proportion of larger fires, which is again associated with the current situation of the landscape, droughts, and so on. So in the landscape, there is a higher risk of more complex wildfires, and that's exactly what we are afraid of. We are not afraid of the simple ones. We are quite able to extinguish them, but in fact, the complex huge fires are closely associated with a drying landscape, with the sufficient convective thermal energy, which in combination with different weather factors may be transferred to extreme shape of the wildfires. The entire world is afraid of it, but we somehow do not understand yet that there is a potential of such fires. It was proven in 2022, and it was also proven recently in Poland that there is a potential of middle central European forest experiencing larger fires. Still, it is not that frequent. Last year, we in fact celebrated 50th anniversary of the largest wildfire in Germany. Then we have suffered huge Lozorno fires in Slovakia in 1992, and definitely you can see that in fact the huger forests are increasing. 2012 Bzenec, 2022 Hřensko and Jetřichovice. Again, it was quite important fire. What is the advantage? We have to respect and appreciate that we have the landscape management in the Czech Republic. We see the forests that are managed, then fields that are managed. We see municipalities managing both extravillan and intravillan areas. So there is the in fact management of the entire landscape, and that's exactly the reason why we are not experiencing huge problems with complex wildfires. Of course, not the only one, but it's one of the factors. What we, however, experience is the outbreak of more complex wildfires, Poland, Lozorno 2012, Bzenec, and so on. So it is quite often associated with pine forest. So in the pine forests, in fact, they are mostly occurring in pine forests, and in fact, that's about the risk which is higher. What is, however, interesting is that we are experiencing maybe extraordinary season. I don't want to be too pessimistic, but we have not experienced any really or usually substantial wildfires in spring. We in fact experience 1,000 hectares fires in Poland, 100 hectares fire in the Czech Republic, then 20-30 hectares fire again, which is quite extraordinary fire, while the scale of the fire is 20 to 30 hectares. So we are experiencing dry periods, and I'm a little bit afraid of the summer season. Unless the weather changes, then I will say that we will have quite demanding summer from the wildfires point of view. While the early detection is important, I think we have to respect the changed weather. We cannot change the occurrence of wildfires. Speaking about the human behavior, well, even though we may educate 99% of that, but still 1% of people who will set the fire. But we have the prevention, and that's exactly the key. That's the instrument how to work with the landscape, how to support fire service, fire brigade. Just imagine the fire service goes somewhere to a spot, to a location which did not do anything to get ready for the potential fire. Then you just put the fire brigade to risk by your inactivity. We should try to diminish the hazard for the fire brigade by our activities. Speaking about the active management of the landscape, that's the key, that's the major European strategy. It works in our situation. It doesn't work that well in Southern Europe and so on. Then, in fact, we should be able to send a fire brigade to the areas. So that's why the detection is so important. I should be aware of the current situation of the risks, what may just represent a surprise in fires and so on. I have to admit that the wildfires will always exist in the Czech Republic, no matter whether we want it or not. Then the detection is really important, and we got two options. Either I'm able to send less fire brigades and equipment that will extinguish it because I was able to detect the fires early, or then the second option is to send more human resources and technology there once the fire is larger. Speaking about the future, there will be probably a higher number of fires. Fire brigades would like to take some holiday and so on. Most of you are fire brigades, but we don't have special wildfires units. Mostly people that are fighting the wildfires are standard fire brigade members. And I don't want to say that we don't have enough fire brigades, but in fact, the question is whether we will have enough of them available for, let's say, multiple location of fires. And in fact, we will just save money if we detect the fires at earlier stages. Early detection system can, in fact, monitor the wider areas. We cannot cover it by patrolling that effectively as a system of the early detections. Speaking about optical camera systems, they are able to focus on the spot of the fire. So if somebody goes to your control room control center, then somebody says, I see a smoke over there, then the detection system is able to locate the fire spot more precisely. Then, of course, knowing what type of fire it is, what convective thermal scale it is, and so on. This is all what we have to develop in the Czech Republic, and that's the key how to understand wildfires. So then what is the future? We expect the extreme conditions to be even more spread. We call it dynamic hazard, just imagining that there is a long-term dry period, and suddenly a large quantity of the material starts burning, not only the slight burning, then the temperature is in fact going up, and it boosts the more severe wildfire. So we have to be able to predict those moments. I think that the places with naturally spruce habitats will be really more risky for us. There will always be bar beetles there and so on. And in fact, this will represent huge risks for the future. Pine forest, the other category we should focus on, plus places with poorer accessibility. Of course, the priority is and will be the protection of human health and property as the main mission of the Forest Service. Then I have already suggested the future larger number of fires by being able to identify, detect, being active in prevention, we are able to diminish the risk hazard. More meteorological opportunities, the potential of the area. Once having it done, we should boost the meteorological opportunities also. And once it is overlapping, then it will represent huge risk for complicated forest fires. Being able to produce huge burning factories in the Czech Republic. Speaking about wildfires, you'll see it in the video. Then speaking about implementation of detection systems, I don't want to talk about something which is not yet completed, but based on the previous conference, I think we have found the basic direction. We have proposed a methodology that should split the area into different categories of hazard. Then we should be able to identify the areas with highest hazard, and we should put a priority on those high hazard areas. Šumava, maybe for me, it represents a big threat for me, but we should actually prioritize detection in those areas, and we should definitely build it. We should invest into early detection because then the return of investment for the future will be easy. Then, of course, it's about funding, about budgets. It is all starting and ending with money. So that's why we should be able to explain why the wildfire may be dangerous and what actually is threatening us. We should explain it to different ministries, to our government, and hope that they will allocate us a budget to build an early detection system, because all countries around us, neighbors, have the detection system. We are the only country not having any early detection system within this area. Then we should involve stakeholders, fire brigade, government, self-government, municipalities, and so on. We should build maybe detection towers, and with respect to selected system, we should discuss about it. The other thing is operation. Who will fund the operation? The regions or the owners should contribute to funding. This should be discussed, and definitely the major goal is willingness. All stakeholders should realize how urgently we need it, and then agree on a common solution. Then, of course, implementation and operation. We currently, and we have already discussed it, we have submitted one project related to VETS project, and it should actively test systems in order to be able to create a platform or a system how to inform the operation centers, how actually if somebody decides to build a detection system in their property, how to interconnect it. Because if you have a detection system without interconnection, interface with the fire brigade, fire service, then it's worthless actually. Then 2 more slides. What works and what Southern Europe had tested. If you do not invest into prevention, then the repression is not clear. The strategy is clear. At least 50% of total investment in natural environment fire protection should be directed towards prevention and preparedness. So if we are able to calculate the required money to the prevention, well, I am not able to estimate it, but what is also important to realize is that wildfire is considered a natural disaster, and it can be compared to floods. ChatGPT is saying probably it's not precise, but the historical floods in the Czech Republic, we experienced it once in 100 years, 1997, 2002, 2024 suddenly, and we were able to get ready for floods now. Nobody will tell you that I'm not interested. Floods, well, it will never happen in my area. Well, all regions and government is considering anti-flood measures, and speaking about wildfires prevention, then we should get ready for it, because if we are not ready for it, then we will be surprised anyways, as we were in 1997 with floods. To conclude, the wildfires will become common part of the Czech forest. And it's up to us whether we should get ready for it or not. It's really up to us. The wildfires will probably cause troubles, such floods time to time. It can be a trouble, and we definitely should consider it. Detection systems are important important elements of the entire system of the entire protection, fire protection. You can have a well-managed forest, perfect water resources, consider the management and so on. But if you miss one element of the entire picture, it will be a pity. In fact, it's a benefit for the future. The detection systems can be and are fundamental benefits for the present time, but especially for the future. I think it's time to implement it, not only to talk about it. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Roman, for your contribution. And once again, I'm going to ask, should any of you have any questions? Please, if you can stay here for a second. I can see Pavel Špolák raising a hand. Jana, would you please pass the microphone to him so that we can hear you? Thank you. Maybe just to speak on a lighter note, when we were in České in 2022, and we were reaching the end, thank God, and some parts where we were handing them over back to the national park. Just jokingly, we said to ourselves, so see you in Šumava in a couple of weeks. So I do personally perceive Šumava forest as quite a potentially problematic area with respect to fires. And for many years, it seemed that Šumava, due to the moisture levels, was not going to be problematic. But now, as the nature of rainfall keeps changing, this is not true anymore. So it will be worth it due to the barriers, natural barriers that are there, and the extent of the forest. We should pay attention to Šumava. It deserves our attention. Thank you. I agree. Dr. Kudláčková. Good morning. Just a quick reaction. The Institute of Global Change Research is starting a project with the National Park of Šumava. We're focusing at detection, and I would like to say that there is a project being now running, And I believe it's going to run in cooperation with WEDS2. I would just like you to know about it. Thank you. So thank you very much for these comments rather than questions. And now I would like to give the floor to the last speakers of the first session, going back to the General Directorate of the Fire and Rescue Service. The last speaker is Colonel Jiří Studnička, who's going to present to us the mobile system of the Fire and Rescue Service for the wildfire detection that was used during a pilot study on the 30th of April during the witches burning occasion. It's going to take you some time, so I'm going to talk for a little bit longer. Now, I'm ready. So I would like to react to my colleague Berčák. Firemen are entitled to days off to their vacation. There is a law about it. The issue is the coincidence of events that happened during the recent fires I'm going to talk about later. Our task was to create a sort of a system for mobile detection that would be able to function as part of the fire and rescue system structure. We call this system Desmond. The reason for it is that it's comprises of several tiers, layers, and its combination and modularity type of use. The essential parameters and elements that this should fulfill is a remote visual transmission, detection of smoke and temperature changes, automatic image analysis, transfer of images in real time. That's the elementary point, and possibility of deployment, unmanned deployment, mostly unmanned. There always has to be somebody involved in that. There is no such thing as absolute autonomy. We're going to talk in triplets. So triplets is our main idea. Everything I'm going to introduce to you is multi-layer system, multi-layer in both in technology and in tactics. The whole system was designed to be deployed for prevention. So on the basis of the command-meant decision, we're able to move the system into a certain location and perform prevention activity and detection activity. We deployed it when we were looking for arsonist, so the preventive part is very important for us. Once the fire starts, all the equipment is deployed and we can use it for a very effective combating of fires, same as we did it in the Czech Saxon Switzerland, as we call this location. Then we have a long-term monitoring, supervision, and saving on human effort in the deployment era. We spoke about the tactical part. Now I'm going to look at the technical and technological part. Speaking about equipment, the system comprises of stationary cameras. We're going to use the existing infrastructure. We're able to deploy the cameras at any viewpoints, castles, towers, etc. And of course, we're able to create elementary backbone networks based on the existing infrastructure. Where the existing infrastructure is not sufficient, we started to develop a so-called mobile camera vehicle. With a mast and we're able to carry out detection and imagery from there. We supported by an aerial part, which are the pilot-free systems. We can talk about autonomous pilot-free unmanned systems as well as the piloted aerial systems. This is how the system could function. This is the vehicle that's located, the trolley, the cart. We developed an application that helps us with deployment of these trolleys or the camera systems. Here you can see how the equipment complements, and they create the overall image and surveillance over the system. What technical equipment do we have? We have a quite large system of dual camera systems containing in the standard imagery and thermovision, which is the backbone of the ground monitoring system. The results from this are very good, and also from a tactical point of view, it connects with the possibilities of drones. They also can use thermal vision, and the operator has the same view as you have from a drone. So this is the trolley, created in a way that it can be deployed in nature. It can function unmanned for several days. It contains battery cells that work on ethanol, which waste product is water. So it does not prevent us to deploy it in locations where there might be a risk of some sort of an ecological damage. Autonomous drones, this is a chapter of its own. Of course, we count on it, but we are very much aware of their insufficiencies, so we use them as the very last ones. Before them, we deploy standard piloted drones. But what to do once we detected the units before they get there? We tested it in Prague at a case of when we were looking for an arsonist. The time to get to a forest area in Prague was 21 minutes. This was the shortest possible time that we measured after a precise detection, a location of the fire pit. We used drones carrying, for example, retardant or water, and they do the elementary fire extinguishing, or to be able to keep the fire in place, to ensure that the fire does not spread. We're not able to put it out completely, but we're significantly able to mitigate the spreading. And of course, the drones need to have very good sensors. The sensoric level is the absolute must. That's why in the future we would like to go in the direction of top thermal vision cameras with a very good focal, what we call zoom, to be able to immediately locate using a standard visual environment and detect what we need. The image of the camera system, the image possibilities of the system. Case that happened in Brunnthal on an area of 324 square kilometers using 4 units, which means 4 observation points. Each of these observation points, they have some optimum parameters, and they also have their own limit from one of these points, we're able to serve, let's say, 9 kilometers. In the limiting area of 15 kilometers is the viewing angle, and that's how we're able to detect the fire. Here we are able to deploy very quickly our monitoring stations. We have identified about 10,000 of such points around the Czech Republic. That's the reason being, when we get there, is that we don't need to think about it too much and just build it immediately. And we, of course, are aware that the vegetation can change, the landscape can change, so that we can just move it a little bit. But we know where we have the optimum viewing angles. Here you can see how this works. So we're able to serve quite an extensive area. So what's in white? Of course, where it is dark, this is not the viewing area, but it's covered by the second viewing angle. Here we use optical features of the unmanned systems. That's good in two things. One thing is, when we have deployed helicopters, we don't use the drones in the epicenter of the intervention, but we can be well away from the area, so the intervention can take place without any issues from air, but we still have the visual surveillance, because the command requires the visual monitoring. To be able, for things like that to work, we needed to create internal transmission TV system, which is a part of the fire and rescue service. Here is a scheme of the National Operation Center, where each drone unit of the fire and rescue service is equipped with a transmission equipment, and this transmission equipment allows for transmission and distribution all the way to a mobile phone of the commander of the intervention of the unit, or even a sector. We are able to receive 25 of such signals at the National Operational Center, and we have 31 of such transmission units. All this that we are able to receive, we're also able to receive in an integrated mobile monitoring center. We're not directly reliant on the National Operational Center, but we can move it right to the intervention center, where we can monitor the situation. We have regrouped it and created a group of support, command support, and it's a segment that's allocated to the intervention incident commander. It works in a 3-tier system. We are able to integrate all of the equipment, and based on the early detection, we are able to respond early and to notify the units and dispatch them, deploy them. The pillar is the system Live U. It's a TV technology, bonding time TV technology. It contains several SIM cards. Based on the operator strength, the image is distributed and transmitted to the National Operation Center. The signal does not need to be just from mobile operators. It can also come from a satellite, Starlink, or any other internet resource. This guarantees a very good quality of the image, and it also guarantees us image stability and transmission stability, because the system is set up in a way that if it does not receive the image packet, it just does not display it. That's how the latency, elementary latency, is determined, and at this point it's around 6.7 seconds. We have carried out elementary testing of this three-tier system, and we deployed it during training practice on the 30th of April, as we already mentioned. And we deployed 8 drone groups in this location and 1 stationary camera. And on this map, you can see what we managed to detect within just few hours. The detection, or there were altogether 61 of these detected points. It was the very first operation commanded from the National Operation Center. So the overall command system was not deployed in the field, but they monitored. This is, you can see what it looked like in the center. We were in touch with each unit, drone command unit in the terrain. We told them how we would like them to work, and they, of course, communicated with us during the early detection. This is a very interesting thing. The bottom picture, it shows you at what distance we're able to detect a fire and focus. How much we can zoom in. We're talking about some 20 kilometers distance. This is how well the system worked, and we can work in a similar way with the stationary, using the stationary cameras.
Over here, we can see how the detection developed over time. We knew that starting 6 p.m. The fires will be set, and you'll see around 8 p.m. it is increasing. Then we got our drones under the calling sign Phoenix and stationary ones Sauron. So you see number of detections together with timestamps. And the other advantage was that once one camera identified it, the second camera verified it, or one camera identified it and 2 more cameras verified it. That's exactly about the tactics of deployment in the field. That's the basics. If you just play it right, put the cameras right, making sure that all angles are covered, then you may have a couple of detection and it's verified. So not talking about the triangulation. The exercise showed us a huge potential of the modern imaging technologies, unmanned technologies, and the endurance in the field. And of course, we have then tuned up the way how to communicate with the other units, equipment, and so on. Then functionality of the system was also verified, proven their latency, and remote control from the national control center. So this increases substantially. And also, not a single region have to have it. It's enough to have a trained team that will conduct the entire exercise. And in fact, it can be deployed nationally. Then nobody of us thought that after the witches burning, anything else will happen again. Well, the fire broke in the National Park Bohemian, Switzerland, when we deployed this system in live operation. We have in fact surrounded the fire by a camera system, and based on the exercise, we have proven huge efficiency and responding in time of the unit. So non-stop 24/7 we have offered multi-camera transmission of images to the incident commander's room, and for the first time we have employed Trap and Desmond system because we needed to save the surveillance capability, and we have in fact located the camera system, and we offered non-stop thermovision control with the environment. You see the number of cameras located in the field and, of course, transmitting the image. Anybody having the access to the system can watch it, can monitor it. You don't need to have any other imaging equipment, so tablet or mobile phones or computer is enough. So it's barrier-free system. Then within this exercise, we have not tested only the camera system, but we have in fact also distributed cargo drones, and during the cleaning, we have applied cargo drones. It's a first ever deployment out of all units of the rescue service, and the General Directorate offered 4 drones for this area, and they have cleansed the area, so it's a different chapter. So I would like to thank you for your attention. I would like to thank my colleagues, because without them, we will not be able to do it. And I also would like to thank the National Park for the training area. Thank you very much. Thank you, Jiří, for your paper. And we have reached the end of this session, and I promised that now it's the time for discussion. You can ask your ideas, questions, comments, inputs, and we can just start our discussion over all 5 papers. So Jana is ready with the microphone. So anybody? Well, it's time for lunch, maybe. Everybody is looking forward for lunch, so nobody would like to ask, comment anything? No, I see a raised hand over there. We need microphone for interpreting. Thank you very much. I would like to ask Jirka Studnička about the location of stationary detectors or cameras, speaking about potential criminals or other vandals. Is there any GPS locator, especially the stationary cameras? Well, during the incident, of course, there is a supervision, surveillance. Speaking about the car, it can hardly be stolen easily. In fact, it is designed in the anti-vandal system. It's a quite robust carriage. But speaking about GPS location of the camera, no, there is no GPS location. Well, I hope nobody will steal it, or we will just somehow mount it. Well, thank you very much. I wanted to hear it. Thank you. Anybody else? So, any comment, question to the last paper or any other paper discussed this morning? Well, I don't see anybody. Then, at the beginning, I have warned you that before lunch, we should make the group photo, which should be done here behind the windows in front of the columns. So I would like to invite everybody to move over there, to walk over there, And I would like to ask our photographer on drum to go there also. We will make a group photo together, and then after that, I would like to invite you for lunch, which is prepared in the back part of this room. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. I would like to start the first afternoon session that's going to introduce some experience from abroad. I'm going to be very brief as this first afternoon session is going to be hosted by our colleague from abroad, Mr. Lyndon Pronto. So I'm going to give the floor to him soon, and he's going to introduce himself. So, Lyndon, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Good afternoon, everybody. I hope we are all awake after the great food and drink. And thank you very much for the invitation to be here from both Romans. And this session will focus a little bit on the international, some international perspectives, and also some perspectives from neighboring countries, some experiences. A sentence about myself. I originally came from California, so I grew up in the wildfire environment. My father was a wildland firefighter, and I tried to be one when I was about 5 years old and fell into a fire, but I had to wait until I was 16 to officially become a firefighter. And in the meantime, the fire topic has taken me many places around the world, different countries, context, ecosystems, cultures. So it's a topic that binds all of us. We're here to talk about early detection, but in the end, this is just one part of the system in the overall integrated fire management that we strive for to make our communities more resilient, to preserve our resources, and also to make it so that the first responders that we rely on can do their job safely and effectively. So it's great to see different stakeholders in the room, not just the fire service. It's great to see some of the scientific perspectives, some of the innovation perspectives, and of course grounded in the operational reality and constraints that we have. So I'm going to kick this session off with a presentation. You're going to have to help me, slideshow mode? F5. Where are we? There we go. Do you have a clicker or just on here? Perfect. Okay, I guess I better not stand right in front of it. Okay, so what I like to do is I like to start off with the big picture. And here we have, I know it might be a little hard to read, but I'll go quickly through it. If we look at fire from a holistic standpoint, we have this longer-term landscape level, the fire regimes, how often fire burns in these places, how it fits in. And if we talk about fire management and how to respond to fire in that environment, it quickly becomes overwhelming when we say, oh, we need to change the entire system. And so that's where we look at assessing our highest risk areas. Where's our starting point? How do we find the point of entry to the challenges that we face? And once we find these high-risk areas, then it usually comes down to managing the fuel. We can't change the weather, we can't change the topography, but we can change how much vegetation is there, its structure, its orientation. This is what, in the end, allows the firefighters to make progress. If it's a crown fire, they can't do anything about it. It's a stand back and watch. So we need to really manage the vegetation. And this can be done in several ways. We can use prescribed fire, we can do prescribed grazing, we can do mechanical treatment, fuel removal, and then we get to this immediately before the fire, right? Whether we've done our homework or not with the fuel management question, we get to the right before the fire. And if we look at the innovation space right now, there's many solutions for starting here, this immediately before the fire, whether it's sprinkler systems or other types of chemicals that we can pre-treat structures with. We can even do weather modification in some parts. In Asia, that's a big thing. And then let's say a fire starts. And now this is where the topic of this conference comes in this project, the detection. So first we need to detect it, then we need to localize it, then we need to assess it. How many resources do we need, etc. So there's a lot of solutions coming up in this space as well, whether it's cameras, whether it's satellites, whether it's data management systems, etc. And then we get to this firefighting operations, period, right? Whether it's water-based, it's dry firefighting, whether it's using robots or big trucks, or whether we're innovating for efficiency, we're designing a new type of nozzle that uses less water. So there's a lot of innovation in that space as well. And then you can see, and I didn't put examples for each category, but just to show where there's a concentration of innovations. And then we get to this mop-up phase, directly after the main flaming front. And this is where, especially in the European context, the firefighters may go home after they don't see the flames anymore, and that gets handed back over to the forester or the landowner. And then there's problems. If the mop-up hasn't been done correctly, then the sun comes up the next day and the wind starts blowing, and then it's off to the races again. So this is also a very neglected part of the cycle, particularly in the European context. Now, immediately post-fire is where also policies come into effect, whether it's reforesting, do we immediately replant, do we watch and see what the landscape does, how well does the ecosystem recover? And this can also include secondary effects. Heavy rains might then cause debris flows. Sometimes the post-fire or the secondary effects after a fire are worse than the fire itself. And this is another area. We have very little innovation, very few solutions for how to manage these post-fire landscapes. And then if we look at the more longer-term recovery and the resilience of the landscape, now we're getting back to the end of the cycle where the cycle begins again, and you have the picture of the overall landscape as a whole. So as a little exercise, I decided to look at 130 early stage and startup companies and see what they focused on. And there is indeed a gold rush in the detection industry, which to me doesn't make sense because the more competitors you have, I don't know how that translates into more profits. But in the end, it is interesting to look at some different categories, and that early detection is in fact the most invested category. And if we look at some of those, and this is applied to those broad categories I talked about, the overall cycle of fire management. You can see the blue here. This is the early detection part. So of all the different topics that I just talked about, this is the market share in terms of innovation and startup. So what are we trying to achieve with detection, right? We want to first, in terms of the process, is to detect the fire quickly, accurately, and we have different tools for doing that. Then we want to generate an alert process. Who needs to be informed once the fire is detected? Which information flows, channels? How is that then verified? Do we, oh, there's a fire, send resources. Well, no, wait a second, let's see, is it really a fire or is it a plume of dust? Or is it a reflection? If you're using satellite technology, is it a solar panel installation? Is it an industrial site that's generating a thermal signature? So there needs to be this multi-source verification process. Then, let's say we have a simultaneity of events. I was just talking to the colleagues in the Netherlands last week, and they had, just a few weeks ago, they had this outbreak of many large fires in the same operational period. And they didn't know where to send resources first. They were like, okay, well, we have to start somewhere, we have to start here. So they had to do kind of this risk assessment of, okay, if we only have so many resources, where are we going to send them? So determining the priority areas. Then we move to the dispatch of those resources, send them which types of resources. Then we move to the suppression operations, hopefully done safely and effectively. Finally, the incident is closed. We get the reporting of the statistics of the fire. We review. What did we do? What could we have done better? And this is an ideal scenario. I recognize in many situations, everybody goes home and they're successful and they're heroes and the fire's out and maybe the weather stopped it or it ran into the ocean or whatever, but in the end, pat yourselves on the back, the fire's out. So it is important to take a critical review and look at what happened. And that goes into the learning feedback, which helps you determine where your high-risk areas, you update your data, you understand we need to invest more in this geographic area, etc. So I don't think I need.
Nemyslím si, že tímto musím trávit spoustu času, protože spousta z vás se zapojilo do projektu a prolítneme taková řešení, detekce, jsou to senzory na úrovni.
Another one, fire wave, which is an acoustic sensor. So when combustion occurs, there's a particular acoustic signature that might have that could be an ultra early before you see smoke or anything else. We have the traditional lookout towers, which I used, when I was starting out in the fire service. We relied on lookout towers. It was before satellites and all that fancy stuff. And we have all sorts of different camera detection systems, whether it's SMOKE-D or the 20 other systems that are out there, or 30 other systems, camera-based systems out there, Firehawk system. There's a lot of systems in place. This is an example from the alert system in California, where you can pick any lookout tower with any camera mounted on it, any angle you want. It's quite handy. Then we're starting to see more aerial platforms. For instance, Germany does flyovers. So in periods of high danger, they fly planes over to detect fires. Now we're seeing the drone industry taking off for monitoring specific areas. And of course, satellite solutions. We also we will hear in a moment from Aurora Tech as a industry leader in thermal satellite detection. These, of course, all these systems have different benefits. Some of them have bigger coverage. Some of them have higher resolution. Some of them have better verification, etc. Now, there's also a growing fringe of other types of solutions out there. And this is kind of to fill the void and fill the gaps in between these different layers. So, for instance, Trident Sensing is a company that is fixing software and hardware onto commercial planes. So the idea is the commercial airlines are flying constantly. They could be gathering data while they're doing that. They could be sending real live updates to incident managers on the ground about an unfolding fire or detecting one. We also have a lot happening in the space of fire analysis, fire weather, data collection, going back to these older methods like putting a balloon up, so weather balloons. This is also a very quickly expanding space. Or you can look at like Turkey. Turkey deploys a high altitude drone, long endurance drone that can stay up there for a long time. Or you have a solution like this where you can basically park a stationary solar-powered drone, if you will, or glider, or whatever you want to call it, for months at a time. And that can fill the space between the satellites, which are generating lots of images from far away, versus the drones or the airplanes, which can only cover a small area or only certain periods of time. So I'm going to tell you a little story about, okay, so what's with the detection thing? What happens when you detect it? So I started off this year with a couple of good friends in Uganda. And our job was to come up with the best wildfire detection system for all of Uganda's protected areas and national parks. And so this is at the base of the Rwenzori Mountains, which go up to 5,000 meters, go through many different climate zones, and has no roads. And so we wanted to go look at a recent fire. So first we got in the back of the Land Rover with our good friends of the Ugandan Wildlife Authority, and we drove as far as we could on the road, and then we got off the truck, and then we hiked as far as we could on the path, and the path kept getting smaller and smaller and steeper, and now we're hiking through a previous fire scar where the vegetation is now different. We're going through now a second ecological zone, moving up. Now we're in upper rainforest area, another eco-zone. It's getting thicker and steeper. We're bushwhacking our way in with machetes now, trying to get to this fire that was detected from villagers. Villagers said, look, there's a fire, and they quickly mobilized the community to help. Now, this took us 3 hours to get up there. And these guys don't drink water, and they hike very fast in their rubber boots. But still, imagine this detection. We're talking about seconds and minutes and how this matters. Now imagine you have to hike and bushwhack and cut trail. And we got there 3 days after the fire, so the trail was basically made for us, and it still looked like that. So you imagine that the first guys that got there really had a tough time just getting to the fire. So finally we get to the fire, and it's still burning because there's no tools or water or whatever to put it out, but had been contained and monitored, etc. Not sure what a satellite would have done in that situation and how it would have added value there. So it really depends on the context. When we come back to our context here, we have good reporting, whether it's someone who calls the fire department, someone who calls dispatch, 112, what have you, or an airplane reports it. So why do we need detection in an area that we already have a lot of densely populated areas that are quickly detecting? So, and this is where we get into these weather conditions where if we have these drought situations, if we have really low relative humidity, high winds, etc., then we get back to the point where every minute counts, and that detection can really help turn around a situation before it gets out of control, before the fire behavior picks up or responds to topography or wind, etc. Another area is remote areas, protected areas. These are areas that we tend to try and manage how many people go in there, maybe keep people out of, which means if there's, for instance, a lightning strike and a fire starts, we've had, in the last 30 years, we've had a doubling of lightning in the Western Alps. The logical conclusion with climate change, etc., is that we're going to have a lot more fires in the Alps, which is what we're already seeing. And these are areas that are remote, inaccessible, no roads, etc. So this is where early detection can play a big role to help monitor some of these areas. Or when we have time constraints, right? And this could be a wildland urban interface situation where the faster you're alerted or critical infrastructure is threatened, the faster you can take action appropriately. I didn't look what time we started, but... Okay, so an example, this is 2012. A fire started on June 22nd. They didn't find it until June 23rd. And then they finally started fighting it. This is June 24th, okay? It's burning down into Colorado Springs now. This is getting pretty out of control. 6-7 hours later, it looked like that, and 346 homes were flattened and 2 people were killed. And if you think about, back then we didn't have the thermal satellite technology that we had today. So basically 3 full days went by before there was real action on the fire, and people died because of it. So this is a very, obvious reason why, even in a place like America, near to a big city where detection could have still made a huge difference, that fire started only 3 miles outside of town. One thing I want to communicate is that Stephen Pine, you may have heard of him, but he's a very prolific a historian, fire historian in the community. And a quote from him is that a fire put out is a problem put off. Means if you are excluding fire within an ecosystem that is known to have fire or is evolving to have fire, you're excluding fire, and you're entering into the territory of the fire paradox, as we have in the Mediterranean area now. We have, of course, in North America, and it all comes back to that. Once you detect something, once you know it's there, you have this need, this imperative to act, to put it out. And what I want to communicate in the frame of this is that we need to evaluate and decide responsibly. So just because we can detect it within seconds and we can put it out within minutes doesn't mean we should necessarily. It means understanding what is the potential of this fire to cause damage, What is the potential of this fire to maybe clean out an area? Maybe we help control it. Maybe we keep it within our management objectives. Maybe it's burning in a national park where it's okay if the bark beetle comes. We don't go, cut every tree down in the core protection zone. So why is it that we would suppress fire aggressively if it's a different natural disturbance? So we don't want this knee-jerk reaction. The fact that, for instance, we're seeing more fire in the Czech Republic or in neighboring countries is that we have a change in reality, and that we need to accept that fire is now part of the landscape. And if we try and be in denial about that, and we try and put every fire out before it even starts, we're probably going to end up in the fire paradox like many other countries have. And so we want to decouple the detection conversation from that, because this is the reality. This is not a creeping fire occurrence that is happening slowly. This means this landscape that is this country is now being faced by a new phenomena, a high-intensity phenomena, which means we need to look at the fuel in the landscape. We need to look at all these challenges that maybe historically we didn't have here. I'm not going to go through this, but basically the idea is different types of detection, whether it's sensors, they have different limitations, so understanding what tool makes sense. If you have a thick canopy, maybe the satellite's not going to be the first one to pick it up, whereas a sensor will, or cloud cover might be an issue. At the same time, taking sensors and covering the entire forest and making it Internet of Things and 5G and everything is going to be costly. The fire is going to start the next ridge over. It's not going to start in the area where you put your sensors, right? So it's just potentially a huge, costly situation. And so, like I mentioned with the Uganda example, the satellites overall for Uganda, best information system. For bamboo forests, high altitude, under cloud cover, not the best. Then you might have some targeted ground level sensors. On the other hand, after I was in Uganda, then I went to Mongolia, and it was a whole different situation. It was cool, there's a fire, now it's going to take us 10 hours to get there in the Mongolian steppe, right? So then you want to decide, okay, where are you going to put the sensors? Where are you going to target? Is it going to be infrastructure? Is it going to be wildland-urban interface areas? Is it going to be, we know that there's traditional burning that happens. There are people the farmers burn their crop residue at a certain time of the year. We're going to monitor specific areas that we know to be hotspots. And finally, we might look at detecting, informing our detection strategy on maybe ecologically sensitive areas or areas that we really want to protect for other reasons. But don't forget, there's an installation, there's a maintenance, and there's a lot of other hidden costs, which could be if you install a little solar paneled sensor anywhere in Africa, probably it's going to be repurposed very quickly. That solar panel might be taken out and used for something else. So then you need to think about protecting your detection infrastructure. So in the end, you do want a disciplined detection. You want to couple your detection strategy with risk maps, with fire danger rating, with understanding where and when are we most likely going to have a fire, because that's where we're going to have the most effective use of detection technology. Knowing your limitations, right? So just because you can detect it doesn't mean that you've trained your firefighters to deal with wildland fires, right? Maybe they show up in structure turnouts and heavy jackets and oxygen bottles and, right? So there's a whole nother part of that system is, okay, or they show up with tools that they can't use because they're poor quality and they break. So the detection layer has to be supported by the training, the proper equipment, the infrastructure that's in place, which, for the Czech Republic is not so much a challenge as it is in other places. But you do have a culture of all-risk firefighting and wildland firefighting and fire analysis and lightweight PPE. These are things that still need to come here and be transitioned. It needs to fit within the pre, during, post, like the first slide. It's not just detecting and responding. It has to also be a data layer. It has to inform the evolution of your system. And then you have to recognize what policies are driving detection and response and what policies are hindering their implementation and the effective use of that data. And I'll leave you with a couple of last pictures. This is China from a few weeks ago. There's a policy that says in order to have a forest here that's certified, you need to have your fire detection capability, etc. So on paper, they built a lookout tower. But the lookout tower wasn't at the top of the hill, it was mid-slope. So you can see the trees are now higher than the lookout tower. It was never completed because why? They checked the box and got the loan. I couldn't even open the door to the thing. I couldn't get inside of it. Not that I wanted to because I didn't trust it at that point. So it ticked a box because there's a policy that says you need a lookout tower, you need a fire trail, you need a fire break, you need all these things. That's the policy. Does it make sense? Is it goal-oriented? Absolutely not in that context. And finally, as I mentioned, before in China, I was in Mongolia, and there they have a policy that says every fire needs to be put out, no matter how remote, no matter how many days it takes it to get there, no matter there's nobody threatened by it, there's no communities threatened by it or anything, it has to be put out. So then they go out there with the equipment you see, a mix of Priuses and old Russian vehicles, and they get out there and they put some grass out in the middle of nowhere because that's policy. So understanding what do we do with that information? What obligation do we have once we detect the fire? Taking the big step back, what am I protecting? What does the terrain allow? Who is responding to this information and how are they using it? Are they knee-jerk react because there's a policy that says so, or are they saying, great, we have great capabilities to observe, and now we're going to make more informed decisions based off of the data that we have? And you know, what is the right action? Are we using this to inform our systems to be better? Does it build our databases of understanding where future risks are coming? And then what parts of the system are missing? Is it governance? Is it our firefighters that aren't trained? Is it access? We don't have roads, etc. So, thank you very much. And I will then hand over to the next on the list. Who do we have here? Tony, I think you're up. No? Wait. Yeah, Tony. Okay. So Tony Sabolic is going to give us some perspectives from Croatia with his colleague. I'll let you introduce him in a second. Tony's a good guy. He's been in the fire service 25 plus years, working from operations and learning that doing more than just complaining, but actually, okay, how do we accompany innovation? How do we make solutions better for people in the field? So a few years ago, he kind of hopped over into helping develop some of these innovations, and he's going to tell us a little bit about that. I'll pass it on over.
Thank you very much, Lyndon. Greetings to all participants of this workshop, and thank you for the invitation. You have two turns now here. I will now handle first part of presentation to my colleague who is working in Operation Center of Zadar County for more than 15 years.
Greetings everyone, my name is Toni Perinic and I come from Croatia, Zadar, where I work in Zadar Operational Center as a dispatcher. Today I'm here to present you my own experience with Aurora Tech wildfire solution. First, something about my operations center. This is basically a center where we get all information, all the calls for all the brigades of Zadar County. Of course, we use a lot of equipment and software solutions, but mainly for wildfire detection, we use a forest video surveillance system with cameras. Today we have 19 locations with 38 cameras, and each year we are upgrading that system. We came to conclusion it is very useful to us to get information from the field and to have insight in live stream operation. But 2024, thanks to my colleague here, we got a brief period of time where we could use Aurora-Tech wildfire solution, which is based on satellite detection. So the system was used in our operation center on computers and our mobile devices, which we could use on field. And we decided to make a layer, a special layer for our Zadar County, so we can get only notifications about possible detections for our area. And we also tested Aurora-Tech wildfire system functions in real-time operations. So these examples from now will be in which I had in real time, and I collected them. So the first test was, of course, a fire detection function. It was tested on a small bushfire in a place called Vukšić. So the first detection from the system was at 2:23, and I got a first emergency call at 2:58, which is maybe a small gap, but still significant in early detection. And also it was a remote location where firefighters could not see it at first. It was seen from the highway, but the roads to the place of fire was not that accessible. So getting the detection on the digital map for me was very handful, because I could tell the firefighters where to go exactly. Because when you see with cameras, you can see maybe the smoke, but you cannot see the exact location. This is function of fire spread prediction, which is also a function from the wildfire solution. It was very interesting to see where it could possibly go if we don't act quickly. And also I could get that information to our crew, so they can put their vehicles on position, so they could go rather here, not on this side, and waste time, because I know that prediction will go in that direction. Second function that we tested was a burnt area display function, which could tell us how the fire was spread and how big was the field of fire. So this was a big forest fire near my city of Zadar, which was lasted a couple of days, and after this couple of days we got this burnt area detection from the system. And we got a call from the field that was still some smoke there, and we sent one vehicle to get the smoke. And when I saw the position of the vehicle, I could see that it was on the very edge of the burnt area, which for me was very insightful, because it tells me that this burnt area is pretty much accurate. It's a high resolution, and you can see that it's on the very edge where the vehicle was. The fire spread display function was also tested several times, and this is one of the examples where we could see on this first picture our position of the vehicles is here, and the fire system detected that will spread in this direction, which is where the vehicles went in this picture too. So they started here and they moved in the direction of the fire spread simulation. This is a 3D map, which is one of the functions of the system. It's very useful to see the live satellite image, and also in 3D projection You can use it also with fire spread simulation. You can use it with cluster simulation, etc. And for the end, I got a small conclusion. It is a simple system. It's very practical to use. And the year when we started using it, it was a small system. It had only one operational satellite, but we got some detections even with one satellite. Nowadays they have 14.
19 own and 35
Yeah.
altogether.
Yeah, 35 altogether. But for me, even though it was started as a early detection system and it's based on satellite imager system, it's the system grown over time. So now you can use it almost in simulations, in educational purposes, and also you can implement other systems into one system. For me, that was very crucial because we use a lot of different systems like GPS tracking of vehicles, GPS tracking of people on the ground, cameras, etc. So if we could use that all into one system, it will be much more useful in our operational center. And that's all for me. Now my colleague will take over.
Okay, I will try to make a long story short. I will make some examples and experience with wildfire detection system in Croatia, Slovakia, and Czech Republic. Here we have clusters and we have burnt area. Where is it? One moment, please. Around here, intention is to have on this Aurora Tech app GPS tracking of vehicles and GPS tracking of people in order to get higher level of protection of people and to have better operational picture of the field. So at any moment you will know where the vehicles are, the movement of the people. So also you could use this examples for lesson learns, which tactics you were using for each fire, and so. Now I'm happy to see here colleagues from Slovakia. We have one example where when Slovakian module from EU system had exercise and we successful had detection of this exercise. So also Aurora Tech is useful. As I know, Czech Republic has 70 people in this rescue system with vehicles, so fully is possible to, when you are going to help another countries, you are opening another area, another countries, and you could have data directly from the fire where you are going. We are coming back on the first fire in your national park. As you can see, we detected this fire around 5 hours before first public call. And on this time, Aurora Tech had only 5 satellites. Now we have 19 satellites and altogether 35 satellites. And I was looking overpasses for Czech Republic is 52 overpasses per day, what is wow. Because in Croatia we have only 30 overpasses per day. Here we have the last fire, and the prediction you could know from the newspapers and firefighters was that 900 hectares is burning in this national park. But we knew that this is not correct information. From our system, affected area was 85 hectares, but even smaller than, because this was only affected area, but we missed burnt area because of cloudy days. I will make small animation of this fire. You can press. It started. Huh? You will see now the fire prediction of the last fire in Bohemian National Park. So we add fire prediction for 12 hours, and this totally fits with clusters or detections of anomaly of temperature. Here, when I was driving to this place, I saw that Kladno is nearby, and I was looking, and in Czech Republic we have a lot of examples of this kind of fire. As you can see, when we detected fire, and when the first public call was made to fire and rescue service, these informations I collected from the public pages of firefighters. So 7 minutes before first report from local residents was received, and 2:23. I will come back for the latest updates of Aurora Tech, richer insight in fire spread PDF reports. That means you are able to, at any time, send PDF report with fire spread simulation or other data from Aurora Tech. You are choosing the exactly data what you will send to fire chief, shift leader, or firefighters, or even the newspapers. You can choose what you will bring out of the system, and you can send by WhatsApp, by email, by Telegram, by several systems. Fuel type, distribution card, and also you can compare multiple fire split result on the map. Here you have incident report, what I made for split county fire. Here we have clustering, we have land cover distribution on this page. Here, after we have burnt area and exactly calculated burnt area. Here we have historical weather and forecast, affected area, and lot of other informations what could be usable also for sciences and other situations. Now I will try to show you Aurora Tech and firms detections what we had. So from Aurora Tech we detected first nearby 5,000 fires, and from firms we have around 3,000 fires. So green line is Aurora Tech, is leading detection right now worldwide. So this is the end of presentations, and thank you for your patience.
Všichni jsme vzhůru.
Thank you, gentlemen, for this nice overview of Aurora Tech. It's something I also use on a near daily basis. Of course, there's always kinks in the technologies that we're working out, but as long as you can know what they are and know how to fill the gaps with other solutions, then you can provide really valuable information for people in the field. Next up, we have Jan Kaczmarowski. Come on up, Jan. It's nice of him to take a little bit of time out of his busy schedule of getting awards from the Polish Prime Minister and all that. Jan's been very busy with recent fires. And nice to have a good old friend here. There was a time where we were seeing each other at events so often that we thought we should just get an apartment together since we spend more time with each other than our families. But in any case, Jan has over 15 years of experience in the topic. He's been one of the pioneers in the wildfire topic in Poland, which has earned him the title of the wildfire Pope of Poland. So, welcome, Jan.
Hello, good morning. So I will try to show you what we are doing in Poland in case of wildfire detection. And I just want to start with the slogan, the motto, which we have in our forest fire protection system. In a forestry, we always say that the one fireman within first 15 minutes in forest fire is worth more than 100 firefighters after an hour. And for us is the key message for all system which we are trying to develop, and to do everything to have firefighters on the scene as soon as possible, even the small number. And that's how we build the system to reduce the time when the fire spread like without any control. And I want to give you like the whole context of what we are doing and why as a foresters in Poland in case of forest fire protection. So first important information is that in case of European statistics, Poland is on the third place in Europe in case of number of fires, but we are far away from the podium in case of burnt area. So we have a lot small fires, like, so our fires mostly looks like the left picture, not like the right one, and the average size of our fire is like 0.3 hectares. But it doesn't mean that our forest doesn't burn, because in the past we had catastrophic wildfires. So for example, the Roman mentioned today our forest fires from '92, and that was the biggest wildfire in a Polish history. So 9,000 hectares, 2 firefighters died, a lot of injuries, burnt engines, something like that. But for us, in general, the 1992 year was like a trigger point, the crucial point on the timeline, because in the same year, in the same month, we have like another tragedy, wildfire with many thousand hectares burnt, but this is the biggest one. So after that, I was a children in 1992, but I integrate a lot with my service. So I say we, as a forester, we develop a system for forest fire protection, and we still improve it to make forest fire prevention better. So in general, this is the picture of forest fire prevention system in Poland. So what we are doing in the foresters, and I have few flyers with me, so it's like a similar like here but with words. So Lyndon, I will give it to you to spread to someone. I'm not sure how much I have, but every second person could take one, I guess. So we try to do a lot. I say prevention, but in our definition, prevention in forestry is also like preparedness, is also like risk assessment, is also suppression. That's also part of our understanding of prevention, because we prevent bigger fires. So that's our definition. But what we are doing this job as a foresters, because we of course protect the nature, but we also protect the wood, and for us the money grow on the trunk. So in our business is to keep our magazine of wood safe, and we cannot. So that's the best way to protect this, to like active look for fires and try to make action to make it small as possible. So for example, like if we see like the small fire, we try to put it out alone even before firefighters came. So what's important to know, that we already have a law who say that we are obligated to do a lot. So, for example, in Polish map, we categorize forest districts every 10 years, and depends of the category of risk. We have a different obligations, different tasks to do, and the main difference between the first and the second categories is, for example, like between the distance between the fire access roads. So it's determined the density of a fire access road. So not just forest roads, it's a specific roads for fire engines, and it means that the distance between the closest fire access road should be 750 meters, for example, in the highest risk. So you can see the other examples, but in case of early detection, we have like a minimum area of forests which have to be covered by forest fire detection. So if in first category we have a forest complex that is at least 1,000 hectares, it has to be covered by the detection system. And also in the highest category, for example, every place in forest have to be observed for at least 2 points. So that gives us our detection system as a part of the whole system. So it's regulated in the Ministry Regulation of Fire Protection, the same as regulate some buildings law about. So we are always laughing that fire alarm system in our like buildings, like here under the ceiling, is exactly the same what we have in a forestry. So it's nothing new. I mean, it's not like good practice of forest service. It's just if you have a building and you have to have like a smoke detectors, and if you are owners of the land, you also have to. So it's just a rule that even looks similar, but it's like on the top of tower instead of hanging under the strop. So yeah, that's the rule, and the density is determined from the fire risk category, so it's a potential risk for the region. But every day we also calculate like a dynamic hazard, so it's this like fire weather index or something like that, daily risk, and depends of that we determine like the level of duties. So when is a blue day, no risk, there is like no necessary to make observation. But for example, when is the highest risk, the third degree, we observe the duty of observator is like until the sunset. And we have like 3 levels of fire detection. I will focus on this just above the stand, above the canopy, so lookout towers. But we also have air patrols and skid units patrols to make it like a comprehensive and the full. So in case of forest lookout towers, in Poland now we have 717 lookout towers. 75% of that is a metal construction, 25% is a brick built, and we have just one, so less than 1%, but just one wooden. There is a different type of construction. We even have some like heritage building, like an old Bismarck tower, but is also part of this. And on this day, 60% it's using the camera system, but also we still have 40% of lookout towers with a person on the top. So a few pictures to show you how it looks in Poland and how we organize it. So in 30%, the person on the top with radio maps and all the stuff is reporting by radio the azimuth to the forest district's office. There we have of course the analog maps and some applications, and based on that, on this azimuth, we establish the coordinates for that, and we dispatch firefighters and also forestry service first responders. So just pictures to show you that it really works since many years. But of course, in the modern times, we developed the cameras and with automatic smoke detection. So in many places we slowly go into these cameras and cameras from many points in the same place, but it's supported by the automatic smoke detection algorithm, so you don't have to look all the time in the screen, but you have to check the alerts and approve the signal. So like that. But for my perspective of a forester who work with forest fire protection, it's important to underline that the detection is just a first step, and it doesn't solve all the problems with fires. So in case of that, remembering our slogan that one firefighter in the first 15 minutes is worth more than 100 after 60 minutes. As soon as we detect the smoke in a forest, we send our first responders. It's a forest unit, skid units. It's like skid units with 400 liters or 200 liters of water, depends of the category. So it's another thing determined by the category and the law, and we try to remove that fire as soon as possible. We also use the same vehicles as part of patrol. So as I mentioned, about 3 levels of detecting the fire. So like lookout towers, the road patrols are also part of that. And we also decided to make a patrol with a skid unit, because the idea is if you find the smoke or small fire on the ground, you have to have some water with you. So we are also describe this in the law, and we say that something like a fire extinguisher in the building, but in our case, it's not a building, it's a field. I mean the terrain, so it's a bigger. So probably you don't have to carry a small fire extinguisher and hang it on the trees. So put just more water. So you need the engine and the wheels, and you can use this everywhere. So that idea of that to compare to the building is like a fire extinguisher on the wheel, because in our law in Poland, we are not a firefighter. So even with a red engine, the small pickup with the red one, with water, we are not the firefighters, but we are trying to just to act. And also we have like a patrols from the sky, and we also have some rules on which day we send them to make the patrols. It's not really like common use now, but still we have like 10 airplanes to make patrols now, just like that, without water, because making patrols with firefighting aircraft, it's too expensive, so we use the normal one, and we can take some observer on the plane, like the representative of fire service, for example, or foresters. So that's another option. If we talk about technological development directions now, so first of all is that we change the traditional analog observation into the cameras, of course, but also we support this with some AI algorithm to detect fire. We have also some solution on the mobile phone. Now we also test the drones on the lookout, so it's like detect fire, send the drone on the place to make first information and to gather the recognition of the field of the scene of fire. So when our patrol is going, we already know how it looks like from the top. But we start like last year to test it. But we still develop this system. So, for example, we changed the towers for the new one. We built more of them. We modernized the cameras and something like that. And we have a EU co-funded project which is about the adaptation to climate. But to be honest, it's really infrastructure project. So we have a lot of money to build infrastructure for detection fire. But not only. I just focus this task related to the topic, but we also buy this vehicle for forest service with this, and I also have a flyers of this project. So Lyndon, one more request for you. Not so much. I see it's like 5 or 6. So maybe give to some representatives to show. Of course, everything you can find on the internet. But what's important, so the first revision of the project give us like more than 20 million euro for infrastructure for forest service. And we were happy with the results, and European Commission was also happy with the results, because we make like all the goals really fast and really quick, so they give us like more money, and until 2028 we gather another 37.7 million euro to do this. So yeah, we still develop this detection. But to summarize, to show you that we have a lot of small fires, yes, but last month we have another catastrophic wildfire in Poland, the first since last 34 years. That was 1,100 hectares. And what's important, it's a draw map from Incident Command Post, but it's good to see because they use our forest fire protection map. So here you can see the angles from the lookout towers. So here was the one lookout towers. Here was the second lookout towers and also angles, and here was the third. And the fire starts like really close to the one, just on the line between two of them, with third really close. The distance between the two lookout towers is like 13 kilometers. So, and the fires are just between them on the line. So we detect fires probably like as soon as possible. I mean, we seen the smoke after probably 10 minutes of starting the fire, but it doesn't like solve all the problems, because fire starts in private forests. In Poland, private forest it's a problematic forest, because private owners doesn't manage fuel, doesn't manage the infrastructure or something. So in the first 300 hectares, the fire spread and developed in no-go zone. There was like no roads, not even these fire access roads. I mean no roads. So we use tanks to create the access to the fire, for example. And when the fire go from private forest to the state forest, it goes to the nature protected reservoir with a lot of dead woods, and it's like a swampy habitat but dry. So when it reached like a typical Polish forest, like managed and used by the forestry management, there was like already 400 hectares. So it shows that even if we have a fire detection, but we have no access to the place, or no first responders, or we have a lot of dead woods, or we have no management, it's still, as Lyndon said, you have just better place to see to watch the fire. So it's important to understand like our role, that we still develop the forest fire detection, but it's a part of system, and it's important to say that this to make the system working, it's important to cover all the tasks in fire prevention, preparedness, and response. So yeah, we finished with that fire, the biggest since 1992. And that's all from my side. Thank you. And the picture for the last, it's we also, as a forester, we educate the children. We also educate about like forest fire protection, and that's example of a game, of a tool, how we also teach them how to detect fires and how we see the fires on the maquette, and then how we check it on the map. So it's also part of the education. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Jan, Special Wildfire Advisor for the Polish National Forest Service. And as we saw from the second to last slide, it looks like a certified tank operator as well now. Okay, our next and final speaker for this session is Colonel Kasiczka, and he is the director of the professional firefighters in the Republic of Slovakia. He is going to tell us about his 9 years accompanying the development of Slovakia's detection system. And since we just heard from the forester, he is in the fire service, but the detection system has been developed within the Forest Service, and it's a different agency responsibility, so he'll also tell us a little bit about how these two agencies cooperate. Thank you very much.
Ďakujem za slovo. Pekný deň, milé.
So, thank you very much. Good afternoon. I would like to thank the organizers to be able to introduce a system that's been in operation in Slovakia for several years. My name is Jaroslav Kasiczka, and I'm the director of the Slovakian Fire and Rescue Service. I would like to ask you one question. Which parameter, or what's the most essential influences on the size and impact of fires, about the forest fires, as we talk about them? After we heard all of the presentations today, this would be probably early and timely and detection. The detection of forest fires is going to be part of my presentation, and after all the opinions that we heard, and after all that we heard about early detection, I would like to tell you my opinion. It might be my subjective opinion, but it's an opinion that comes from my experience. My experience comes from the fact that in Slovakia for years I've been active in building operational centers and emergency calls. Early detection, I would perhaps say it in a different way. Let's imagine time axis. Time axis that starts from the origination of a fire and ends with fire liquidation. So the first point is the incident. The next one is noticing the incidents, and the next point is reporting the incident, and the next one is the alarm, and the third and fourth point, noticing and reporting. Well, my personal experience is that if we rely on people and people's activity and people's noticing, the time of noticing and reporting is not always identical. So let's imagine a situation that we're driving in a car alongside the road. 1,000 people see a fire. They can see the smoke. Do you think that 1,000 people will make an emergency call? Well, we'll be lucky to have 2 of them call us. Everybody keeps relying on the other people nowadays. So the system of building automated detection systems is the one that allows us or eliminates this negative phenomena of seeing something and not reporting it. And if the operation center does not know about it, then obviously there is no deployment of the fire brigade of firefighters. So I'm going to say it in a simple way. It's about building a system of EPSs and protection. And I'm very glad that I can present this system here that's been active in Slovakia for some 9 years. or implemented, and we as a fire brigade in cooperation with the forests of Slovakia, we actively use. At the beginning, I'm going to tell you that this automated stationary detection system is not owned by fire brigades, but it's owned and operated by the state enterprise forests of Slovakia. It was built as part of the operational program development 2014 to 2020. And the objective of this project was to cover and protect three most important forests in Slovakia, which is Low Tatras, High Tatras, and the area of Záhorie. For those of you who know it, it's the area, small Karpaty, and one High Tatras, Low Tatras, there are more than 4,000 square kilometers that we have to monitor. In Záhorie, it's over 2,000 square kilometers. This project has been in active operation since April 2017. So far, we have about 9 years of experience, and I was there from the very beginning when the forests of Slovakia launched this. So what does this automatic stationary detection system comprise of? In Slovakia, there are three centers, three management centers, and they work 24/7 round the clock. There is an infrastructure of cameras and detectors located around the forests. There is a structure linked to it that transfers the data. It's all part of the automatic stationary detection system in Slovakia. And as I already mentioned, we protect the High Tatras. And for the area of High Tatras, the center is in different parts of the country, whether you know these areas or not. What's important for each of these centers is that they work round the clock, and each of these areas that's being monitored, it is monitored by 6 cameras, independent 6 cameras. This is the area of High Tatras, and the 6 circles that you can see are the circles that detect and scan High Tatras as such. Here are 6 circles, 6 cameras on 6 towers that protect and monitor the system of Low Tatras, and exactly the same takes place in Záhorie. 6 circles, and the system of 6 circles and monitors that monitor the Little Carpathians. The whole system, Firewatch, is probably not something that you would not heard about. It's a system built on towers, and it's there to detect the fire as fast as possible. In comparison with classical detection systems, there is one benefit. We do not need to wait for the fire to spread, or because the system as such does not detect heat and fire, but it detects smoke. And to make it clear, the system detects 256,000 shades of gray. So it detects everything that makes dust and smoke, and the system can capture this. I've shown you few pictures. The bottom is night, the top is the daytime. On the left is what a human eye can see, and on the right you can see what the system detects, and you can see that even at night it can detect some smoke and some incidents. Each alerts the system captures gets into this center. Maybe control center, maybe something that requires some further elaboration. There are people sitting in these control centers, and they process these alarms, and then they inform the fire brigades to ensure that there is no some false mistaken signals. these signals are processed by employees of the company of forests of Slovakia. How it works in practice. When we look at the green circle, that's the monitoring surveillance area surveilled by cameras. You can see the cameras in these pictures that rotate some sort of time period, and there is a transfer of alerts going to the control centers, and once they are processed, this information is distributed further, and one of the recipients are the operational centers of the fire and rescue systems. You can see the same thing in this picture as well. You can see here the period of rotations, the 360-degree camera that keeps rotating round and round. The period is 8 minutes in the daytime and every 16 minutes at night. It takes 60 minutes to monitor the entire area. So this time period is sufficient for us to get the information very quickly and in time. This is what these examples of installations look like. Of course, the forestry employees did not mount it themselves. These were towers already located there, and the equipment was just mounted to it. What does the reception of the signal in the control center look like? There is a member of staff working there, and he or she has a permanent idea about what's going on. Once they detect smoke, they send an alarm. They can, using a camera, they can zoom in at this incident. They can monitor the development, whether it's some sort of a one-off smoke, maybe an old car creates some smoke and it disappears very quickly, or if it is a smoke that keeps developing. So for some time, they monitor the incidents. They can zoom in, zoom out, and once they realize or they suspect that it might be an actual fire, then they verify this alarm. They localize it, which means that they mark it on the map where the probable location might be, and then they send this information to the operation center of fire brigade. Once they receive this, the fire brigade, they proceed, they use standard operational procedure. Identification of objects is one of the things that they need to do once they receive this information. What's the essential parameter of identification? Once they localize the object in the map, they mark it on the map, we have GPS coordinates that help us to get to the place of the incident. This is what it looks like, the dispatching. I'm not going to go into detail what their work is about, but this dispatching center, besides receiving information about alarms that they further on send to the fire brigade, they also ensure safety of these places. If there is some sort of incidents, these towers, they ensure that the other units get there, the appropriate units get there to deal with it. And now we're moving to the most essential information. Employee of the forests in the control center evaluates alarm, and then there is a bit of something that we have not managed to resolve in 9 years, and I'm not going to talk about why, because there's no point to do so right now. There is no connectivity between the automatic stationary detection system and the system of operational control at control centers. So the transfer of information between the control centers and operational centers is now done by emails and over voice, which means by telephone. Mail contains the following data. This is directly from an alarm that was sent to an operational center, and part of the email they received from the control center is a map documentation with the exact location of where the fire is supposed to be located. The preciseness of this information is never going to be 100% because of wind that directly influences the flow of smoke, and the operator doesn't always manage to locate the center of fire precisely. They often mark just where they see the smoke, where the smoke is coming from. But either way, it's good enough information for us because it gets to us very quickly. The next part of this information that we receive is a photograph from the camera of what it looks like in the place of incident. These are two pictures that we received at our operational center. This is how the operator photographed it. And when we receive such information that they can also see in their tablet, they can deliver it to the crew of the fire brigade, so they have visual contact about what it actually looks like. Which way they can get to the place if they know the location, and then the operational staff can help them with it. And the last part is the reporting, the alert. This is not easy to read. I don't know if you can enlarge it a bit. So the last report that contains this alarm is a reporting of a suspicion. So it's a text document with the elementary data, the date of time of incident, and the most important data is GPS coordinates. And if you zoom in, we can see that the map documentation and the photograph is part of this alarm. If we don't have data connection, then the communication between the control center and fire brigade is quite quick. We receive sufficient amount of information to be able to announce or report alarm. So what does the operations officer do at the end of the day? Although we don't receive it directly into our system of emergency calls, depending on what they can see, what sort of information received from the control center, the email is not enough to send out the units, but they check it over phone, they're in contact about what the situation looks like, they announce an alarm, and at the end they give feedback from the fire brigade to the control center whether this alarm was a false alarm or whether there was a real fire, to ensure that there is some feedback for the statistics of activities of the control center. Here I'm going to present some figures. In the 9 years of operations, we have in total received and assessed 1,038 alarms, out of which what was linked to fires was 614. If I only look at the area that's interesting for us, which is the High Tatras, over this period we received 336 incidents, and only in the High Tatras. If we talk about that, the system is mainly about swift observation and swift reporting. With all these incidents, we have managed to always intervene in time. We had the least amount of interventions in low Tatras, and what's the south part of Slovakia was about 228 fires. I'm not going to assess today the efficiency of the system, whether it is worth it, whether it pays off or not. From the fire brigade point of view, everything pays off, everything is worth it, everything that helps us to shorten the time of arrival to the place of fire, protect our own members of our own firemen, and protect the values that and the damages that might be much bigger if it wasn't for it. And we are facing a question: what to do with the system in the future? The system is 9 years old, and it is being operated by the forests of Slovakia. Of course, we are interested in the system staying in operation. It requires some funding, and there are discussions taking place now that the dispatching part, the control center, maybe it would be good to have it as part of the structure of the fire brigade, of the fire and rescue service, and the reports that come from these towers end up at our control centers. We should have it as a natural receive of emergency calls, although albeit via data, together with the maps, photographs, and exact location. We're planning a new informational system in Slovakia to support the control system, and if we manage to do it, there is going to be space to be able to integrate also this system into it that works well in the control centers. So at the end, I would like to make a statement. As the APS and PCOs in objects shorten the time for interventions and protect the values, the system that we have built in the 3 most interesting locations, it helps us very significantly protect the values in these areas. Thank you very much for your attention.
Finally, we have reached the end of the session. I know we're a little bit out of time until the coffee break, but if there are any burning questions that you would like to ask together, otherwise feel free to, of course, ask questions during the coffee break. But if there's anyone that has any questions for the 5 of us, fire away, and otherwise we'll see each other soon.
I would like to ask 2 questions about Aurora system, because as we had a trial with Aurora, we made some experience, and maybe we would like to share our experiences with you. So first question is above Croatia, does Aurora use only public satellites, or do they have their own forest satellites?
Thank you. Up to now we have 19 own satellites, also 4 satellites made for Greece. This was program around 20 million euro. They built for Greece 4 satellites with Kepler company, and this is live streaming with these satellites. That means 19 own satellites from Aurora Tech, and altogether 35 satellites in one platform.
Thank you. It's because of streaming, so sorry for one microphone. Another question is, I understand that maybe that there can be difference because above Czech Republic we have only standard public satellites which Aurora uses, And the second question is, maybe the answer will be the use of specific Aurora satellites. Is there any time difference between detection by cameras and by Aurora? Because we have our experience that, for example, if we will have detection by 112 call, or we had some, so it takes usually half an hour before alert from Aurora will come. So is it same in Croatia, or is it shorter thanks to these Greece satellites?
Okay, it's depending if you are getting information from LEO or GEO satellites, so latency could be even smaller. In Croatia, we had example that sometimes we are waiting for data 10 minutes, sometimes 15, sometimes half an hour. But even if we don't have detection as you were using Aurora Tech, you have a lot of another tools. As I mentioned, if we are going to take inside the platform GPS tracking of vehicle and people, you are always able to put manually fire spread simulation. You are always able to put direction of the wind, or if you have stationary station for meteorological weather systems, you can also add inside. So this is depending about which satellite is detecting. Is it LEO or GEO satellites? And from country to country is another situation. As I counted for Czech Republic, we have 52 overpasses per day. This is incredible because in Croatia we have around 30. Slovenia is between 27, something like that. So you are in good mood with these overpasses.
Unfortunately, we have a quite big gap between 16 hour and 22, so it's quite long gap usually when people are active. So that's why we are asking about these Aurora specific satellites, which are interesting for us.
Yeah, okay, I will make one more short answer. There is no silver bullet to solve all wildfire challenges. Yeah, so always we can use several technologies all in one. So Aurora Tech could place gaps from cameras. Video surveillance systems. Video surveillance system can fulfill gaps from Aurora Tech, everything in order to protect people, communities, cities, and beautiful nature, what is around us. As I can see, a lot of firefighters are here. Firefighting is costly. It's too costly, but we need to make sure that we save this beautiful nature to generation that are coming after us.
Thank you.
And to briefly add on, one of the things that Aurora Tech specifically set out to do was to fill those gaps, and which is why they focused on also launching satellites in that peak burning period, because oftentimes you had a pass in the middle of the night, which, great, you have 10, 12 passes in the middle of the night that doesn't necessarily, is not necessarily useful for your peak burning period, and so that's something, that's another gap that they're trying to fill.
Thank you. Já bych měl dotaz na...
Well, I would like to ask Colonel Kasichka about the beginning when ASDS system was implemented in Slovakia. And I wanted to ask what were the main reasons for building the centers at the forest of Slovak Republic and not to integrate them into the operation management of the fire and rescue service. It was the project initiated by the Forest of Slovak Republic, and we were not invited as a partners. They have built it. And at the end of the day, 2 independent systems were developed in Slovakia. They were not planned from the very beginning. They were not interconnected. Of course, the practice showed that it will be great to have it, but it didn't happen. And I will not explain the reasons, but now we are looking for ways how to interconnect those data to the fire brigade control centers and shorten the time.
And you mentioned several modalities, several options you use in Polish forests to detect fires, the patrolling flights, ground patrolling, and also the camera system. Are they complementary, or do they are they applied on different areas in the country?
They all work together. The lookout towers network is like a basic, and in a high risk day we additionally dispatch aircrafts or ground patrols, or sometimes depends of the local conditions. When we know that there are some place when fire occur often, like in some touristic place or something, we send a patrol just to be around. But the lookout tower network is a basic, and mostly during the high risk day we add additional level like ground patrol and air patrol.
Okay, thank you.
Any final question? Okay. A final comment from my side I mentioned training several times, so I'm going to put a couple of advertisements out there. So our friend Jan and his team SNEP puts on a training camp every year, forest camp in Poland. I imagine you've heard about it. There's another camp that was inspired by forest camp, Czech Wildfires Academy, and it's also happening this year in September. And what I would really like to see is more people from different disciplines, so not just firefighters, but also more foresters, more conservationists, other stakeholders, because it really is an eye-opener to go through that training of what is wildland fire and how is it different from other types of fire, and what does it feel like in the field, and what considerations. And I think in the context of this whole discussion about how countries do different things in detection and response, these are really valuable opportunities. So, and the nice thing about the Czech Wildfire Academy is it's, as of this year, also recognized as an official training event also for Czech firefighters. So that was my final comment. If you're interested in these training events, you can approach either of us or Martin. Lenka, do you have any comment about what time we should be back?
No, I just take the floor back and I finish the second section of our conference a už přejdu do češtiny a
I would like to invite you to afternoon coffee break. We are slightly delayed by 10 minutes, so let's meet at 15:40, 10 minutes later, not 15:30, but 15:40. Thank you.
Dámy a pánové, mohu vás poprosit, abyste zaujali svá místa a abychom mohli začít s prezentacemi třetího bloku. Děkuji.
Please take your seats. We will start with the third session. Thank you.
Jsem moc ráda, že se tady tak krásně
I'm really glad that you're socializing and discussing, but our main objective for being here is to listen to interesting presentations. And in the session number 3, it's going to do with the early detection of fire in the Czech Republic. And I would like to give the floor to the first speaker, who is Roman Francel, and he's going to talk to us about testing of a camera-based wildfire detection system in the Ústí nad Labem region. Lenka, thank you very much. I'm going to present you a very short speech that I prepared. I'm going to talk about the history a little bit. I'm going to go back to 2007 and 2008. I guess there are going to be very few people who remember this event. But it really is some 19 years since we did a testing operation of a camera system in Teplice, in Ústí nad Labem. And we generated some, or it generated some results. There was also interest by the authority forests of the Czech Republic to implement these results, but unfortunately it hasn't happened. In 2007, we borrowed a monitoring camera, one station, from the manufacturer of a system that now works in Slovakia, that's Firewatch. It worked on a tower of a fire and rescue services in Slovakia, and the monitoring center was located in the regional operations center of fire and rescue services in Ústí nad Labem. This picture is from the then monitor, so you can also see the software that the system provided at the time. However, the system would have been useful. We received a positive feedback from the operators, and it worked as the manufacturer declared, its reliability, but it required constant supervision of an operator. And what the manufacturer claimed, that's supposed to be 5 cameras per one operator, was the maximum adequate requirement, or sorry, the minimum adequate requirement for that time. We didn't have any AI integrated into the system that would be able to eliminate this. And it turned out as being unrealistic for us to operate it at the centers of the fire and rescue services due to personal and spatial capacities. Didn't correspond with the operations of the centers. The forests of the Czech Republic at the time were interested in implementing this project. They also issued, and the then Directorate of the Forests issued their opinion, claiming that they would like to implement the project as long as the input costs are covered from other resources, such as the EU subsidies. They created a proposal of utilization of this surveillance camera system in Ústí nad Labem region, sort of a smaller feasibility study that looked like a diploma thesis. It was elaborated by the head of the operation center, Jan Rudolf. I was the head of his diploma thesis. That's why I remember this. At the time, as part of the study, there were two coverage options created. One was the ideal coverage, and the other one was sufficient coverage that would cover 90% of forests in the Ústí nad Labem region. And the ideal coverage version, what was stipulated was 11 points where the monitoring stations should be located, whether using the existing hills or towers in combination with building new towers. And the other versions of sufficient coverage would only use existing towers. And an idea originated to connect this system as part of the cross-border cooperation with the monitoring surveillance camera system in Saxony. I'm not going to mention the costs. When I looked at the diploma thesis, today we would say that they were negligible. They were just in millions of crowns with respect to investments and the yearly operation. So that's to start this section, to mention that we already have some experience. We have long-term experience, and today we're talking about innovations, novelties, and the way forward. But as a reminder that we really have been engaged in this idea for some time, whether it be intermittently or continuously. So thank you very much for your attention. I would like to thank Roman for his contribution, and I would like to ask if somebody has a question with respect to this presentation that we could answer right now. If not, I can't see anybody, and then I would like to invite Mr. Šťástka from the Czech Hydrometeorological Institute, the satellite department, and he has a presentation about validation of satellite-based wildfire detection products in the Czech Republic. The floor is yours. Thank you for the floor. It's a work of my colleagues, Jakub Seidl and Andrea Pešková, and there is their results that she elaborated her diploma thesis in our center. And to start off with, I would like to talk to you about the motivation why we got engaged in this topic. Maybe you're wondering why they're working with this at the Czech Hydrometeorological Institute. So the satellites and sensors used for detection of fires are weather satellites, which have the similar spectral bandwidth. And that's why we started working with it in our organization. The first was the fire in the Czech Switzerland. and looking at the analysis and the satellite imaging, the detection would have been worth it had there been some detection system linked to it, because as our colleagues from Croatia mentioned, we got to the first detection on the 24th of July, just after midnight. So the first was a satellite MPP and VIRS. The question is how reliable and successful are these products linked to this satellite measurement. We looked at it in the diploma thesis, but I have another slide dealing with motivation. When we visit the satellite conferences, it's not only us working with this, but we also hear contributions from weather services in states where they have large forest areas. This is, for example, from Sweden. It is an example of how a detection system works in cooperation of a Swedish Meteorological Institute and a Civil Protection Office, MSB, sorry. And their advantage in comparison with us is that they're much further up north, and the areas interesting for detection of forest fires are in the northern part of Sweden, where they can use the polar satellites that fly over in these areas much more frequently than over our territory. We have more flyovers than they do in Slovakia. It's given by the geometry of the Earth, of the globe. To explain this slide, they have their own detection algorithm in operation that's based on what the firms or EFIs, these global systems that you might have heard of. And the benefit of having their own algorithm is that it's fully in their control, and they can develop it, evolve it, tailored to their own needs and the environment of geographical information, and tailored to the given state. From satellite imaging, they receive the real data of warning with just a 15-minute delay, which is a perfect time, and the global systems cannot compete with this. It's varies around 90 minutes before they release the data, and the Swedes are aiming at 5 minutes. There are some differences in comparison with the Czech Republic, large forest areas without human presence, which is almost non-existent in the Czech Republic. But as the Czech Switzerland demonstrated, such incident can happen in this country as well. And I would also like to point out this highlighted area where the satellites, and in Sweden it is more often, the satellites can be more early than any other detection. For individual years, you can see that these are units of detections, 10 to 20 fires on average in the past, let's say 4 to 5 years, just to demonstrate or explain the principle of satellite detection. And for demonstration, I would like to show you these two images. On the left is a geostationary satellite of second generation meteo satellite, Severi. And then there is another satellite. On the right, you can see the difference in the spatial resolution. What we can see in this image is the improvement of the earliness of data. Before, we used to have data every 15 minutes. Now we receive data every 10 minutes, and probably during the next year we will be receiving data every 2.5 minutes. The detection is based on spectral channel around 3.8 microns. That reflects a typical temperature of vegetation burning, and the algorithms come from the differences of the maximum emitted heat of the Earth's surface. If this difference differs significantly from zero, these detection systems linked to this algorithm report a potential of fire. Of course, there needs to be the spatial context included to remove some sort of false detections, which is very important, as we realized that for all, not just for the satellite detection algorithms, it is important to include false detections to ensure that these algorithms are usable. This is a sum up of the essential global products. As I mentioned already, firms and FEs. The most satellites use these global systems. So first of all, they use polar satellites. They have not yet implemented the geostationary ones because of the sensor resolutions, and that's probably going to change over time with the third generation Meteo satellite, as I shown you on the right picture on the previous slide. There are states with their own algorithms, such as Sweden. Then we also have derived products that can estimate the intensity of the given fire using the satellite system. The problem is the calculation and distribution of such data. Then the algorithms that are tailored are the best.
We started to focus it within the diploma thesis. We worked on the Czech, Saxony, Switzerland. I would like to thank Mrs. Nedělníková and Mr. Lukáš, who just shared with us the data of 2016 to 2003, now by the end of 2025. And we were able to process the data somehow and compare it with the satellite detections. Here you see the summary. We see the summary of the distribution of the virus, as my colleague had already demonstrated. And this is the number of fires. In the Czech Republic, there is a huge number of fires of smaller size, not that intensive, quickly detected and extinguished. We have to admit that these satellites are able to identify rather the larger scale fires. We had slightly different approach, or my colleagues, they just developed a statistic bias model, Bayesian approach, able to, in fact, based on the data, we model probability that the satellite will see the fire as a function from the time when the fire started according to the database and its properties like the area of the burn size, estimated intensity, methodological conditions, and satellite properties, and then is able to model false alarm probability and also probability or more than one fire within a given satellite spatial resolution, which is important for geostationary satellite. Minimum data required more than 1 year. So once we have a new satellite that was launched just recently, then we have to wait in order to be able to quantify its abilities. Here we see the chart. showing number of new fires during the day. By gray, you see the flyby frequency on the polar satellite overflight date. It is used by firms or Aurora Tech, and here we also see a gap, the afternoon gap, which in fact does not allow the satellites to detect fires that are in fact generated by the human activities in the afternoon. So maybe it can be resolved by the polar satellite custom-made, which is the Aurora Tech, or to incorporate it to geostationary satellites that are continuously measuring, while it will just offer only low resolution. Here we see the statistical models, and it models a probability that the satellite detects the given fire. The red interrupted line, it's the start of the fire according to T database, and highest number of detected fires. We can see it 15 minutes after the start of the database. What is, however, important is that there is a probability of detection prior to beginning of the database, which means that satellite in some cases is able to detect a fire even before the record in the database is made. And here you can see that it's only a small part of the fires. Nevertheless, there are units of fires, let's say 20 fires per year, that correspond with this definition. Of course, then there are certain limitations of the resolution of satellites. Here on this slide, we can see the effect of estimated fire size. It's easier to detect larger fires, which is closely related to the resolution of the sensor, which is, of course, not corresponding to the fact that there is highest number of smaller, non-intensive fires. So, in fact, large fires power more than 2,000 are identifiable best by the satellite. We can see that 13% of those fires are detectable. The other factors that, of course, that identify an impact is the cloudiness, which, in fact, impacts 2 times less, up to 10 times less. And speaking about the polar SNPP satellite flyby only twice a day, the advantage is that one is during the night, where the probability is the lowest, which again decreases the ability to detection for the satellite by 12 times lower. So either we can compensate it by more satellites or using the geostationary satellites. Which is, however, important is that all sensors or satellites are in fact impacted by false detections, and in that case we have identified annual number of false detections over the Czech Republic, more than 1,400 those false detections. So, in fact, if we built the algorithm on this formula, then the error rate will be high, demonstrating high number of false detections. We would have to somehow resolve it. Otherwise, this detection algorithm is of low use. And then, of course, we have some idea how to handle it. First of all, we were thinking about using a spatial mask, and we also try to identify geostationary satellite confirmation. And then we cooperate with the Copernicus Sentinel-3 and SEG, and we will try to improve the algorithm. And within the diploma thesis or dissertation thesis of my colleague Mrs. Pešková, we would like to test our own algorithms tailor-made to the need of the Czech Republic. Here you see a couple of images. Once we started to think about these spatial masks, I wanted to thank Mr. Franzl for allowing us to access Aurora Tech application that inspired us to a design of our own application using a geoinformation system. We have implemented, first of all, according to the legend, the fires detected in the database plus specific satellite measurements. I just demonstrated for two sensors, the VIRS and MODIS satellites, two different sensors, two different satellites, and I wanted to demonstrate how simple clustering works, allowing us to minimize the false detections. Over here, you see that the detection above Litvinov chemical works. It's one of the areas where a lot of false detections are identified. Since the circles are light, then it shows that it is false detection. If it is red, highlighted in red, then it means fire. We have then used a method of geographic clustering, and we, in fact, looked for several areas like chemical works, railway stations, or military areas where there are a lot of false alarms. We have excluded them from the analysis, and thus we were able to decrease the number of false detections. This is the global view of our application and demonstrations. What areas were filtered out, clustered, and you can see, for instance, the military area, then solar power stations, photovoltaic stations, and we developed also a statistics, and currently we can see, while comparing all modern polar satellites, we are at the level of almost 1-to-1 true to false detections, which I would say is, in fact, making the algorithm usable together with the detection system. This is the final summary. We have developed a new validation method that, for the time being, nobody from our satellite colleagues had done, and we are able to compare individual sensors to know whether it can be used or not. And then we are looking for methods how we can actually minimize so-called false detections. A minute ago, I have showed you the clustering method, which is really simple, quite successful. And of course, we got some other ideas that we would like to focus on in the dissertation thesis. And we are really curious to see how the geostationary satellites will work in practice. in the Bohemian Switzerland, thanks to the access to Aurora Tech, I have noticed that the first satellite detecting this fire was MTG-1 geostationary satellite, which is promising for the future, because those data may help with the early detection, at least for the larger scale fires. Those are our next steps. We would like to continue with validation of all different sources of satellite data. And for the dissertation thesis, we would like to develop our own detection algorithm. Our colleague, Mr. Seidel, is really great also in machine learning and AI. Maybe we would like to design an algorithm using those technologies. That's it. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this interesting paper. And I would like to ask if you have any questions, wish to specify anything. If not, then we are approaching the very end of the third session. And we have only 2 more papers sharing the practical experience. They will be shared by the representatives of the national parks, sharing with us their experience with the wildfires in practice. So I would like to invite Petr Schrail from the Šumava National Park Administration on the experience with wildfire detection in Šumava National Park.
Thank you. Good afternoon, dear ladies and gentlemen. My name is Petr Schrail. I'm the Deputy for Security and Crisis Management and the commander of the Šumava National Park. When we talk about the fire protection, an integral part was the early detection system. The systems of early detection have become a part of fire combating documents from 2019 that you're going to see on the next slides. It was an intention. It was the only way how to shorten the time before fire origination and the arrival of the first unit. The systems have never been meant to be only in the management of the Šumava National Park, but the benefits for the natural environment and a positive step for the close-by units, whether they are state units or private units, to shorten their arrival time. So the National Park Administration was aware of the climatic change impact, the shifts of temperatures measured in the over a long period of time in cooperation with the Czech Hydrometeorological Institute and their results. And so there were the temperatures and rainfall, and both the rainfall the rainfall count was reducing, and the response was a rework of a documentation how to combat fires, and involving the early detection in the conditions that are to be implemented by 2030. The national park management is aware that it's a large area they're in charge of. It's 690 square kilometers, out of which 82% is 87% 6 is a natural protected area, and this is a different approach to how the Karlovy Vary region approaches it and their fire and rescue services. The state lands are in minority. So with respect to their approach, it always happened after consultation with the fire and rescue services of the Plzeň area or South Bohemian region. There were consultations, and the activities were aimed at the cooperation between the Ministry of Environment and the Ministry of Interior and the early detection systems. An approval of detection systems first came about in 2022, just 1 month before the Czech Switzerland fire outburst. And from the Ministry of the Environment, they approved the 4 towers for early fire detection in the Pilsen region, and the sensors were supposed to be installed on existing towers. And they would cover, in air quotes, 100% of the Pilsen region, and there was it would go beyond to the national park of Šumava, where the forests of the Czech Republic are. The chronology says it all. As in 2009, we started with the first study, creating the first initial concept. Then there were 3 reworks of a documentation, and that in 2020 and 2021 stipulates new substitute measures that respond to the state of the natural environment, which means the climate changes, the weather changes in the given area. And we got to the implementation of these substitution measures of early detection before the year 2030. The management of the national park before that was fulfilling the effective elements principles. This is now complemented with patrolling, because in the national park Šumava we don't have a detection in the right sense of the word, not early and not automatic. There needs to be patrolling. With respect to these principles, according to the experience from the field, we should not omit any of them, whether it be prediction or prevention. By no means patrolling. This gives us very valuable information from the field, and it's an inseparable part of it. The only issue is the high error rate, because people can't be in the field 24/7 and in all locations. That's why the detection is there. Detection at this point is being assessing the individual systems, to be able to reach some results. We used an output from Alberta. In Alberta, they assessed, according to the Canadians, 6 best systems, and as such they were evaluated. This was the only paper that we elaborated so far. It was an assessment of fire detection. There were different. They were of different quality. One of these 2 systems, of the 2 best systems in 2016, the National Park Management received a bid an offer that they accepted, saying that using consultancy services, they're going to test or cover the National Park Šumava. And it was a matter that was at the time something brand new. This cooperation was established, and the area administered by the National Parks management, including the nearby areas, reaching also over to Germany, to Bavaria. And if it got implemented, then we also monitor part of Bavaria. We covered, in air quotes, 100% of the park. Why air quotes? Because due to the terrain, we cannot cover 100% of it. It's the green areas, and the blue part is on the left. It's Bavaria, and in Austria, it's they almost have 100% coverage. So 230% exceeds over to the Czech Republic. The current state is that we're awaiting the decision from the Ministry of the Environment and the management of the national park, and the fire and rescue services, what's going to be their recommendations. The preliminary calculation that was part of this activity, offer of the activity, was about 55 million Czech crowns for the implementation of the system that would cover 10 towers, 10 sensors, and mounting them on the operators' towers. I think that it's a sum up of operation. Since 2016, we've been trying to create some sort of a system that would shorten the time. That's very important for us to ensure that fire doesn't develop in an area where there is a greater proportion of woods than other agricultural areas. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'm handing over. I thank you for this contribution from practice, and now I would like to ask the last but not least presenter, the last presenter of today, Jaroslav Hocko from the Bohemian Switzerland National Park Administration, and he's also going to share experience with wildfire detection in Bohemian Switzerland National Park. The floor is yours.
Dobrý den, já vás zdravím.
Hello, good morning, Jaroslav Hocko. I represent the Bohemian Switzerland National Park. It has been mentioned several times already. At the beginning, I think it should be worth of introducing our park, which is not large from the size point of view. Nevertheless, the geomorphology represents trouble from the fire point of view, and navigation through the park and complex access. The fire in Hřensko 2022 represented a big problem, huge fire. Since then, the administration of National Park implemented a lot of measures that based on the experience plus a study made, in fact, was useful. One of the items that needs to be highlighted is the system of early detection. We, in 2025, decided to implement autonomous drones located in the box that can be remotely controlled from anywhere by a pilot. And in fact, the drone, in fact, starts flying within 40 seconds once you switch on the computer. Why drones? Because it's quite quick, and also the navigation through the park is really complex in our park. If we get up to 200 meters from the center of the fire, then the action is delayed by dozens of minutes. looking to the drones in ideal conditions. It will be sufficient to build a tower at this spot because, in fact, you can overlook the area of the entire park, and in fact, it doesn't seem difficult to be able to detect potential fires. Nevertheless, the drone that just identified smoke by coincidence, then drones allow you to look at the area within a short period of time. And in fact, the pilot, in fact, focuses on flying mode and not on detection. You identify a smoke, that's good. You know it's fire, but you need to navigate
vůbec jako na kterém území se
the fire brigade somehow. It is important also to locate the center of the fire. This case was reported burning. Why we decided to apply stationary dogs. Anybody within 2 minutes is able to control it, trained on the system. And what is also important for us to get to the center of the fire, we need to be able to identify the location in ideal conditions. It's perfect, and we are able to look at spots that are dozens of kilometers away. We are able also to transfer online the images to the control center. The disadvantage is that, of course, you have to learn, and on the other slides you'll see how we were learning in 1 year, in 1 week actually. But, of course, you have to train people. It takes some time. The biggest trouble for us in the forest is that you have to ensure the supply of energy. There is the consumption of energy, not huge, but you have to have some backup powering, which makes the cost double, of course. Then the other disadvantages is that the drone works from minus 20 to plus 40 degrees Celsius, but in fact wind represents a trouble for the drone. It's not a problem for the drone to fly, but it may be a problem to land in the exact location of the box. Plus, of course, then the batteries are expensive, which makes the operation more expensive. Currently, we located 2 drones in the national park. We are thinking about extending, increasing number of drones in order to able to provide images. Development of those systems is really accelerated really fast, and new generations were already launched, and we may not face troubles with data transfers anymore. Drones are crucial for our operation. Yes, that's true. Also, remotely controlled drones are important, but handheld drones with camera are really very important too. This is the demonstration from 2025 fire. We actually, within 20 minutes, we were able to hand over relevant information, and what you see on the picture was immediately handed over to the regional operations center. Those 3 slides were made, pictures were made within 1 week. You see the pictures of the fire, quite remote one in Germany, but the smoke, in fact, was flying over the entire Ústí region. People were calling that there is a smoke seen and smelled in the national park. Of course, you don't want to miss it, so that's why we have set drones in operation. In those days, it was really windy and cloudy, and it was really difficult to identify the source of fire. We were flying over the area, and we were not able to be sure that there is no fire in the given valley and so on. In addition to that, the German Saxony Park had helped us and asked also for our cooperation. They actually had reported fires in several locations also. A couple of days later, after the first fire at the border of National Park, there was a smoke detected again, and we were able to shorten times again, 8 minutes, to be able to hand over information. You see, in fact, the almost the edge of the aerial operation. In fact, this view, you may think that you will just arrive there without any troubles, but in fact, it's a really wilderness area with the rocky valleys and so on. So it took a long time to arrive there, actually. Since our region is really complex, difficult to identify, you can see it on those images. It may look romantic with the sunrise, but believe me, during the first morning check, if you see this in the morning, then you may get nervous when checking. There are no fires, there are deep valleys, and in fact, in the upper layers, the weather is totally different. In fact, in spring period, it's no problem to see 50 or even 70 degrees. And in the foggy mornings, it is quite typical to see pictures like that. Then on this picture, it's a day when traditional morning check should have been done, but in fact, you see only dozens of meters with the low clouds. Since we are using this, it is not extremely easy to coordinate everything. National parks, thanks to protection of fauna, well, the conditions are a little bit easier, so it is really not easy to establish remotely controlled drones everywhere. For us, it's slightly easier, but we have to, of course, respect any other traffic in the airspace, and it took us time to achieve all the permissions, and we would like to tune it up, of course. We actually can close the area completely, but of course the civil air traffic office have their own conditions what to do. So this fire broke in Rinartice on the 2nd of May, 1345, in fact, or 1350, the fire alert was announced. Then 1353, the drone started to fly. Then live stream reference to compass system 2 p.m. and exact GPS coordinates 1408. The drones are radio controlled, and the operator is connected with the docking station through data link, but the drone is operated by a radio signal. When the drone reaches the given area, then submits the coordinates, and you can see that the fire broke out quite quickly, spread it quite quickly, and it's still investigated how the fire broke, but well, it took dozens of minutes to see the fire in this stage, which could be noticed. You also see the flames here. The operator actually used a thermal camera to see how the fire is spreading, and the information was handed over by phone to the regional fire brigade center. The first information, fire, huge fire, the smoke seen remotely. Well, it was only slightly visible for the operators, so the other systems that should identify the fire, well, this is the 15th minute from the notification of the fire. And the last one. So this presentation was scheduled for up to 2 hours, but then we tried to shorten it as much as we could, and in fact we wanted to allow a space for your questions or discussion or anything else you might want to know. That's the role of the last speaker. Thank you very much for this paper. And in fact, as Mr. Hotsko suggested, questions, inputs, ideas for all 4 papers of the 3rd session, please raise it now and share it with us.
Thank you for the presentation. I had the opportunity to visit Šumava some years ago as a study tour, and we're looking at the difference in the management between the Bavaria side and the Czech side. And I was wondering how you approach fire management in the different protection zones and areas that you have, and whether there is a situation where you would let the fire burn, or is it always attack aggressively?
I don't know. People from the fire service or the national park, I wonder.
So I mean, either for the Šumava Park or for the Bohemia Switzerland National Park, if there's any policy about, is it always aggressive suppression, or is there, from a park management perspective, that you perhaps monitor the fire first, or if there's beneficial fire, or if it's always bad?
I mean, outside national parks, it's I would say always the suppression approach. In the national park, it's I would say at the beginning, upon this discussion with the administration, but most of the time, if I'm not mistaken, it's also the suppression suppression approach as soon as it is not required to change the tactics. Maybe colleagues from the National Park Administration would, or from the Ministry of.
The reason I asked is because before, as I mentioned, if it's in a protection zone and it's bark beetle, for instance, then in some instances you don't do anything or you isolate it. So there's a different approach for a different disturbance. So that's the reason I asked that question that way.
Okay, thank you.
Tak já se zeptám, jestli...
And I'm going to ask, is there any other question or comment? I can see Roman Berčák. Jana, please, can you... Is it far away for you? Thank you very much. I would like to ask my colleagues from the National Park Czech Switzerland whether they're contemplating to build a system of drones in the future that would serve as the first early detection of fires. As at this point, the drones, if I'm not mistaken, if somebody calls from Kopis that somebody reported a fire. So are you thinking about having them in the air on a regular basis and carrying out detection, I don't want to say around the clock, but very frequently? So good afternoon. Well, this question, how to say it? Jaroslav introduced our system of drones. These systems are only a part of the system as we have it set up with respect to fire prevention. The basis is that we issue, according to the Act on Forestry, we issue this general nature protection to link to fire risk, windy, to prevent people from going in. And we use drones for monitoring. We fly them for monitoring, or if we receive a report from Kopis, then there is the medium state or alert, which means that people can walk around the national park until 10 p.m. and then from 6 a.m. the next day again. And this is the mode of these pilots is on duty. And then this increases to the red field, red alert, and then you mustn't move around outside the touristic pathways. And the mode of people flying the drones, they fly them in the morning and in the evening. And all are patrolling, all the people in the field are linked to it. There is a high traffic in there, so people call on Kopis. The question is why the drones are not flying all the time. As Jaroslav said, that in the morning the rocks have about 70 degrees, and then in the evening with the sun blaring, you can use it for detection. And if the traffic of people is so high, then you basically don't need it, because they would be the patrolling. So thank you very much for this question and for your answer. And I'm looking around if there is somebody else in this room raising a hand. If it's not the case, then I would like to thank to everybody for this discussion, and I'm handing over and giving the floor to Roman, and I would like to ask him for a final word and for some sort of a outlook about what the future has prepared for us. Thank you, Lenka. So just briefly before we terminate this conference, I would like to sum it up. We had lots of information that are all about the forest fire detection, but forest protection from fire in general. As for our project, as I already mentioned in my morning presentation, what's ahead of us is to process loads of information and evidence that we compiled into several papers. And one of the main outputs is going to be an action plan. Once we have it in a presentable form, we will definitely consult it with the Ministry of the Environment and Ministry of Agriculture, at least, at minimum, to close it and submit it as part of the main project outputs. As for some sort of an outlook for the future, as we also heard during this final last session, we're definitely going to see different approaches in the future, different systems for forest fire detection. We definitely, whether it's going to be a project implemented with the support of the European Union, our task is to find some unified way how to assess this information, receive them, assess them, evaluate them, also the signals from the detection signals, and use them for operational management. And we're trying to implement this with the support, with the financial support of the European Union within the future financial framework and project. And that's probably all from me. And now I'm handing over to Lenka Šimková for the final word. So thank you, Roman, for your final word. And I would like to conclude this conference by answering the most frequently asked question of today. Where are all the presentations? Where are they going to be available? Today's presentation, so on Monday at the latest, but hopefully this Friday we will manage to make all these presentations available in a PDF format on the website of the Fire and Rescue Service. In the news section, there's going to be a link to all these presentations and link to the YouTube recording that we made today. And at the very end, I would like to enjoy the final Oscar speech, as I call it. So let me thank to all of you, all of the participants here in the meeting room, and those that are watching us live on the stream. Thank you for your interest in this conference. I would like to thank to all the presenters, both from the Czech Republic and abroad, for your interesting contributions and for keeping the time that allowed us to finish early. I would like to thank my co-host, Linden. Also, I would like to thank to the entire project team, WET, and also the support team that ensure the logistics of this operation and the organization. And last but not least, our great thanks go to our technicians, namely Mr. Martin Dobrovolný, Jiří Krejčí, and Ondra Vojta. And a last thanks I would like to extend to our interpreters, Mrs. Jarka Torová and Andra Němečková. They deserve their round of applause. And I would like to leave you with hope and a wish that this is not the last time we're meeting. And and that we're going to continue with another project, and I hope I can look forward to seeing you again at the beginning of next year. And once again, thank you for your participation and have a safe journey home.